Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm inviting all of you to my Boosty channel. You know that YouTube doesn't exactly approve of this kind of content, so please subscribe to my paid subscription and enjoy Naruto Lemon scenes comfortably. There are different subscription tiers from Mini Lemon to God Lemon. Those who buy the over Naruto Lemon and God Naruto Lemon, I'll mentions in the videos. Dare. Hello everyone, Tatsu here with you. In the latest poll in the community, many voted yes. So this is the resulting plot. This is my story. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1, A Rift in Time and Space. The sun cast a warm, golden glow over the village of Konoha as it began its descent behind the distant mountains. Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage, stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing out over the bustling streets below. Children laughed and played, vendors called out to passers-by, and the aroma of freshly cooked ramen wafted through the air. Peace had been hard-won, and moments like this reminded Naruto of why he fought so hard to protect his home. Another mission accomplished, he mused, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. He had just returned from a diplomatic journey to the Land of Waves, where he helped negotiate a trade agreement that would benefit both nations. The thought of seeing his friends and family again filled him with warmth. As he turned to make his way down from the monument, a strange sensation washed over him. The air felt thicker, charged with an unfamiliar energy. Naruto paused, his senses on high alert. What is this chakra? He wondered aloud. It was unlike anything he had felt before, unstable, yet immensely powerful. A sudden gust of wind whipped around him, spiraling leaves into the air. The sky darkened unnaturally, and a low hum resonated through the atmosphere. Naruto's heart pounded as he scanned the area for the source of the disturbance. This can't be good, he muttered, his instincts kicking in. Without warning, a brilliant flash of light erupted a few miles outside the village perimeter. A pillar of luminescent energy shot into the sky, piercing the dark clouds that had gathered. Naruto's eyes widened. I need to check that out. He leaped from the Hokage rock, sprinting at full speed toward the phenomenon. As he raced through the forest, trees blurred past him. The birds had fallen silent, and even the insects seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Upon reaching a clearing, he skidded to a halt. Before him stood a swirling vortex of light and shadow, a rift tearing through the very fabric of reality. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and arcs of energy crackled around the anomaly. What in the world? Naruto whispered, shielding his eyes from the intense brightness. He could feel the sheer force emanating from the rift, pulling at him like a magnet. He tapped into his chakra, attempting to analyze the rift's nature. Is this some kind of spacetime ninjutsu? But I've never seen anything like it. Suddenly, the rift expanded, its gravitational pull intensifying. Naruto tried to leap back, but roots snaked up from the ground, ensnaring his ankles. What the? He struggled to break free, but the harder he fought, the stronger the pull became. Naruto, a distant voice echoed, but he couldn't identify its source. The world around him began to warp and twist, colors blending into a chaotic swirl. Hang on, he heard himself shout, though he wasn't sure to whom. With a final, desperate effort, he focused all his chakra into breaking the root's grip. But it was too late. The rift consumed him, and everything went black. When he regained consciousness, Naruto found himself lying on a cold, metallic surface. Groaning, he sat up and rubbed his head. Where am I? He wondered, looking around. The environment was unlike anything he'd ever seen. He appeared to be inside a vast chamber filled with towering columns of light and streams of data cascading like waterfalls. Floating holographic screens displayed countless images and symbols, constantly shifting and rearranging. "This doesn't look like any place in the ninja world," he said cautiously. He stood up, noticing that his movements felt slightly sluggish, as if the air offered more resistance. He reached out to touch one of the light columns. His hand passed through it, causing ripples to spread across its surface. "What is this place?" he murmured. "Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki," a gentle voice echoed from behind him. He spun around to see a young woman approaching. She had long, flowing silver hair and eyes that shimmered like digital code. Dressed in a sleek outfit adorned with play buttons and streaming symbols, she seemed both human and ethereal. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. "My name is YouTube-chan," she replied with a warm smile. "I am the personification of the YouTube platform in this digital realm." Personification? Digital realm? He scratched his head in confusion. "I don't get it. How did I end up here?" She tilted her head thoughtfully. "It seems you've been pulled into our world through a space-time rift, a glitch in the fabric between realities." Naruto sighed. "Great. Just when things were starting to calm down back home." He looked at her earnestly. "Do you know how I can get back?" She frowned slightly. "Rifts like that are unpredictable. But perhaps if we work together, we can find a way." Before he could respond, alarms blared throughout the chamber. Red lights flashed, and the holographic screens began displaying warning messages. "What's happening?" Naruto shouted over the noise. YouTube-chan's expression turned serious. "Our world is under attack by malicious viruses. They're corrupting data and disrupting our systems." "Viruses?" He clenched his fists. "Then let's stop them." She hesitated. "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but you don't have the ability to manipulate data here. Our rules are different from those in your world." Naruto grinned confidently. "I've faced all kinds of challenges. Just tell me what I need to do." She studied him for a moment before nodding. "All right. Follow me." They raced through the labyrinthine corridors of the digital realm. As they ran, YouTube-chan explained, "Viruses are malevolent programs that seek to destabilize our environment. If they aren't stopped, they could cause irreversible damage. Think of them like rogue shinobi," Naruto said, trying to relate. "Got it." They reached a vast open area resembling an arena. Swarms of shadowy figures writhed and twisted, their forms glitching in and out of existence. Their eyes glowed a menacing red. "Those are the viruses?" Naruto asked. "Yes," YouTube-chan confirmed. She extended her hands, and beams of light materialized, forming a staff adorned with streaming icons. "I can fight them off to some extent, but their numbers are overwhelming." Naruto stepped forward. "Let me help." "Your chakra won't function the same way here," she cautioned. He smirked. "Only one way to find out." He focused his energy, attempting to summon a Rasengan. To his surprise, a swirling sphere of digital code formed in his palm. "Whoa!" YouTube-chan's eyes widened. "Incredible. You're adapting your chakra to our digital environment." "Looks like it." He met her gaze. "Ready to kick some virus butt?" She smiled. "Right beside you." They charged into the fray. Naruto weaved between the viruses, striking them with his code-infused Rasengan. Each hit caused the malicious programs to dissolve into pixels. YouTube-chan spun her staff expertly, emitting waves of light that purified corrupted data. Despite their efforts, more viruses kept emerging. "They're endless," Naruto exclaimed. "They're being generated from a source code nearby," YouTube-chan explained. We need to find and eliminate it. Lead the way. They fought their way through the hordes, making their way toward a dark monolith pulsing with red energy. That's the source, she pointed out. Naruto nodded. Cover me. He dashed forward, but a massive virus materialized before him, a towering behemoth with multiple limbs and jagged features. It swung at him with tremendous force. Naruto barely dodged in time. YouTube-chan, he called out. She focused her energy, creating a barrier around them. I can hold it off for a bit, but not for long. Thinking quickly, Naruto summoned several shadow clones. Let's see how this virus handles double trouble. The clones joined the assault, distracting the giant virus. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto leaped toward the monolith. Time to end this. Channeling his chakra into a massive Rasengan, he struck the monolith. The impact sent shockwaves through the digital realm. Cracks formed along the monolith's surface, and it began to crumble. The giant virus let out a distorted roar before disintegrating into fragments. The remaining smaller viruses flickered and vanished. As the chaos subsided, the environment stabilized. The alarms silenced, and the red lights faded back to their normal glow. We did it, YouTube-chan said, her voice filled with relief. Naruto wiped his brow. Not bad for my first digital battle, huh? She laughed softly. You were amazing. I've never seen someone adapt so quickly. He shrugged modestly. I had a good teacher. They stood together, catching their breath. Around them, the digital realm began repairing itself. Streams of data flowed smoothly once more, and the holographic screens displayed normal activity. Thank you, Naruto, YouTube-chan said sincerely. You've saved not just me, but countless others who rely on this platform. He waved a hand dismissively. It's what I do. Besides, I couldn't just stand by and watch. She gazed at him thoughtfully. Your arrival here might not have been mere coincidence. There could be a reason you were brought into our world. He considered her words. Maybe. But first things first, I need to find a way back home. She nodded. Of course. I can help you search for anomalies or rifts similar to the one that brought you here. However, it may take some time. That's all right. Until then, I'm happy to lend a hand. Her eyes lit up. Really? Sure. Seems like you could use some backup. She smiled warmly. Then welcome to the digital realm, Naruto. Over the next few days, YouTube-chan introduced Naruto to the intricacies of the digital world. They traversed vast networks, visited different platforms, and met other personified entities, each representing various aspects of the internet. Twitter-kun was a swift messenger, always buzzing with the latest updates. Google-san was an all-knowing sage, offering guidance and knowledge. Naruto found the experiences fascinating yet occasionally overwhelming. Your world is so interconnected, he remarked during one of their journeys. It's a web of information, YouTube-chan explained. Everything is linked in some way. As they spent more time together, Naruto and YouTube-chan developed a comfortable camaraderie. They shared stories of their respective worlds, finding both similarities and stark differences. One evening, they sat atop a virtual rooftop, overlooking a cityscape composed of glowing circuits and streaming data. The sky above shifted in hues of blue and purple, dotted with constellations formed by clusters of code. Do you miss your home? She asked softly. He gazed into the distance. Yeah. I miss my friends, my family. But I have to admit, this place is pretty incredible. She looked down. I wish I could experience your world. Maybe you can, he suggested. When we find a way to send me back, perhaps we can create a portal for you, too. Her eyes brightened. You think so? Why not? If I can end up here, there's gotta be a way for you to visit my world. She smiled. I'd like that. Their moment was interrupted by a sudden glitch flickering across the skyline. Buildings distorted momentarily before returning to normal. That was strange, Naruto noted. YouTube-chan frowned. I've been noticing anomalies lately. Disturbances in the data flow. Another virus attack? I'm not sure. It feels different. Just then, a message appeared before them, projected in mid-air. Warning, unauthorized access detected. She stood up abruptly. We need to investigate this. They navigated through the city's network, following traces of the disturbance. It led them to a sector that appeared abandoned, a shadowy region where the data streams were sluggish and fragmented. This area hasn't been active in a long time, YouTube-chan whispered. A figure emerged from the shadows, a cloaked entity with a faceless mask. So, the rumors were true, the figure hissed. The shinobi has joined forces with the platforms. Who are you? Naruto demanded. The figure chuckled darkly. I am Null, leader of the hackers. And you, Naruto Uzumaki, are an anomaly that must be corrected. Hackers? Naruto glanced at YouTube-chan. She whispered urgently. They're rogue programs aiming to dismantle the order of the digital realm. Null raised a hand, and tendrils of corrupted code shot toward them. Join us, or be deleted. Naruto pushed YouTube-chan aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. I don't think so. He formed hand signs, attempting to summon his jutsu. But the digital environment responded unpredictably. Instead of his usual techniques, new abilities manifested, constructs of light and data. Interesting, Null mused. But you're out of your depth. Naruto grinned defiantly. I've been underestimated before. They engaged in a fierce battle. Null manipulated the environment, warping structures and weaponizing the terrain. Naruto adapted on the fly, using his newfound digital abilities to counter the attacks. YouTube-chan provided support, using her control over the platform to stabilize areas destabilized by Null's influence. Your efforts are futile, Null sneered. The digital realm will fall into chaos, and from it, we will rebuild a new order. Not if we have anything to say about it. Naruto retorted. Seizing an opening, he charged forward, delivering a powerful blow infused with both chakra and digital energy. Null staggered backward, momentarily disrupted. This isn't over, the hacker growled. We will meet again. With that, Null dissolved into a cloud of pixels and vanished. Breathing heavily, Naruto turned to YouTube-chan. Are you alright? She nodded, though concern etched her features. This is worse than I thought. The hackers are becoming more aggressive. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Then we'll stop them together. She met his gaze, gratitude and determination shining in her eyes. Thank you, Naruto. I don't know what we'd do without you. He smiled warmly. We're friends. That's what friends do. As they made their way back, plans began to form. They needed to rally the other platforms, strengthen their defenses, and find a way to counter the hackers' influence. Word of their encounter spread quickly. Other entities approached them, eager to join forces. Facebook-san offered communication networks, Instagram-chan provided visual surveillance, and even the elusive Redditors emerged from their forums to lend their support. A council convened in the Grand Hub, a central nexus where all platforms interconnected. Discussions buzzed with strategies and concerns. The hackers threaten the very stability of our existence, Google-san stated gravely. We must act decisively. But their methods are evolving, Twitter-kun interjected. They exploit vulnerabilities we didn't know we had. Naruto listened attentively before speaking up. In my world, we've faced enemies who seemed unbeatable. But we learned that unity is our greatest strength. If we stand together, we can overcome any threat. Murmurs of agreement spread through the assembly. YouTube-chan stood beside him. Naruto has already proven his commitment to our world. With his help, we have a chance. The council agreed to coordinate their efforts. Task forces were established to monitor for hacker activity, and resources were pooled to develop countermeasures. Over the following weeks, Naruto and YouTube-chan worked tirelessly. Between training sessions, planning meetings, and reconnaissance missions, they barely had a moment's rest. One night, after a particularly long day, they found themselves alone in a quiet corner of the digital realm, a serene landscape generated for relaxation, complete with pixelated trees and a gentle stream of code flowing like water. You should get some rest, YouTube-chan advised softly. He stretched, stifling a yawn. I could say the same to you. She chuckled. Fair enough. They sat together beneath a glowing tree, its branches shimmering with tiny data packets resembling leaves. You know, Naruto began, I never imagined I'd end up in a place like this. She looked at him thoughtfully. Do you regret it? He shook his head. No. I miss home, but being here, meeting you and everyone else, it's been an adventure. She smiled gently. You've brought hope to our world. And to me. He felt a warmth spread through him. I'm glad. You've taught me so much about this place. I couldn't have done any of this without you. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the ambient sounds of the digital environment surrounding them. You mentioned earlier that everything in your world is connected, he said. Like a web. Yes, she affirmed. I think, maybe our worlds aren't so different after all. She tilted her head. What makes you say that? He gazed upward at the simulated sky. Because connections, bonds, are what give us strength. Whether it's chakra or data, it's about how we use it to support each other. She followed his gaze. You're right. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the complexities of their situation faded away. There was only the shared understanding between them. Naruto, she whispered, when this is all over, do you think you'll return home? He hesitated. I want to. But I also want to make sure this world is safe. She nodded, a hint of sadness in her eyes. I understand. He reached out, taking her hand gently. Hey, no matter what happens, we'll find a way to keep our worlds connected. She squeezed his hand lightly. I'd like that. As they sat together, a newfound determination settled within them both. The challenges ahead were daunting, but together, they felt ready to face whatever came their way. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadowy recesses of the digital realm, Null observed their interaction through a distorted portal. So, the shinobi has formed a bond with the platforms, he mused darkly. This could be advantageous. He turned away, plans forming in his mind. Let them grow close. It will make their eventual downfall all the more satisfying. Back in the tranquil landscape, Naruto and YouTube-chan remained unaware of the looming threat. For now, they allowed themselves a brief respite, drawing strength from their growing friendship. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear, they would face it together. Chapter 2, Meeting YouTube-chan. The metallic surface beneath Naruto felt cold and unfamiliar as he slowly regained consciousness. A soft hum filled the air, accompanied by faint beeps and the distant whir of machinery. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a sky unlike any he had ever seen, a vast expanse of darkness dotted with streams of luminous code cascading like shooting stars. Where am I? He muttered, pushing himself up to a sitting position. The last thing he remembered was being pulled into a swirling rift outside Konoha. Now, he found himself in this bizarre place. Surrounding him were towering structures made of transparent glass and flickering screens, displaying images and symbols that changed too quickly for him to comprehend. The ground beneath him pulsed with light, forming intricate patterns that spread out with each of his movements. He stood up cautiously, dusting off his orange and black Hokage cloak. This definitely isn't the Hidden Leaf Village, he mused, scanning his surroundings. The environment was both awe-inspiring and disconcerting, a blend of the tangible and the ethereal. Naruto tried to sense chakra in the area, but everything felt different. The natural energy he was accustomed to was absent, replaced by an unfamiliar yet potent force. What is this place? He wondered aloud. A sudden movement caught his eye. Turning sharply, he saw a figure in the distance, a girl floating gracefully above the ground, surrounded by a soft glow. She had long, flowing silver hair that shimmered like liquid mercury, and her eyes were a piercing shade of blue, reminiscent of the clear sky on a summer day. She wore a sleek, white dress adorned with various symbols, play buttons, pause icons, and other emblems he didn't recognize. Hovering around her were small, floating screens displaying thumbnails of videos and streams of comments scrolling rapidly. Naruto blinked in surprise. "Hey," he called out, waving his hand. "Can you tell me where I am?" The girl turned to face him, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. She descended gently, her feet touching the ground without a sound. "You're awake," she said softly, her voice carrying a melodic tone. Yeah," Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head. "But I'm not exactly sure where here is." She smiled faintly. "You're in the digital realm, a world constructed from data and code." "Digital realm?" he echoed, confusion evident on his face. "Data? Code? I'm not following." She tilted her head slightly. "Perhaps introductions are in order. I'm YouTube-chan, the personification of the YouTube platform in this world." Naruto stared blankly for a moment before bursting into a grin. "That's a funny name. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, 7th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village." "You have an unusual name yourself," she replied with a gentle laugh. "It's nice to meet you, Naruto." He extended his hand in greeting. "Nice to meet you too, YouTube-chan." She looked at his hand quizzically before reaching out to shake it. Her touch was cool and sent a slight tingle up his arm. "Your presence here is quite unexpected," she remarked. "Humans don't usually find their way into the digital realm." "Well, I didn't exactly plan on coming here," he admitted. "There was this weird rift, and the next thing I knew, I woke up here." Her expression turned thoughtful. "A rift? That could explain the anomalies we've been experiencing lately." "Anomalies?" She gestured around them. "Glitches in the system, disruptions in data flow. Your arrival might be connected." Naruto frowned. "I don't mean to cause any trouble." "It's not your fault," she assured him. "But we should figure out how to get you back to your world." "That would be great," he said with relief. "I have friends and family waiting for me." She nodded. "In the meantime, you should be cautious. The digital realm operates under different rules than your world." He glanced around again. "I've noticed. Everything feels off." "You'll get used to it," she said kindly. "Come with me. It's not safe to stay out in the open." As they walked, or rather, as Naruto walked and YouTube-chan glided beside him, he couldn't help but marvel at the surroundings. Data streams flowed like rivers, and clusters of code formed structures resembling buildings and landscapes. It was a city, but unlike any city he had ever seen. "How does everything work here?" he asked, eyes wide with fascination. "Our world is composed of data," she explained. "Every element you see is a manifestation of information, videos, messages, images, all interconnected." "That's wild," he said, shaking his head. "In my world, we have villages and forests made of physical stuff, not data." She smiled. "It's fascinating how different our worlds are." As they continued, they approached a grand structure, a towering edifice made of translucent panels displaying millions of tiny video thumbnails. The facade shimmered, reflecting an array of colors. "This is my domain," YouTube-chan announced. "We can talk more inside." They entered through a large archway, and Naruto found himself in a vast hall filled with floating screens and holographic interfaces. Various avatars moved about, interacting with the displays. "Wow," he breathed. "This place is huge." "Thank you," she replied. "It's where I manage the content that flows through our platform." He turned to her with a puzzled look. "Content?" "Videos, live streams, music, everything that users upload and share." "Oh, like stories?" he asked, trying to relate. "Yes, in a way," she agreed. "Stories told through visuals and sound." He nodded thoughtfully. "In my village, we pass down stories through generations. It's important to keep our history alive." "Indeed," she said. "Here, we preserve and share experiences from all over the world." They made their way to a quieter area, a lounge with comfortable seating formed from soft light. She gestured for him to sit. "Now, let's see if we can figure out how you got here," she began. "Can you describe the rift you encountered?" Naruto recounted the events leading up to his arrival, the mission, the strange energy, the sudden pull into the vortex. She listened attentively, her eyes reflecting concern. "It sounds like a significant breach between our worlds." "Have you seen anything like that before?" he asked. "Rifts are rare but not unheard of," she admitted. "They usually occur when there's a significant imbalance in the data flow or when external forces interfere." "External forces?" She hesitated. "There are entities known as viruses and hackers who seek to disrupt our world. They manipulate data, corrupt systems, and create chaos." Naruto's expression hardened. "Sounds like bad news." "They are," she affirmed. "If they'd found a way to create rifts, it could spell disaster for both our worlds." "Then we have to stop them," he declared. She looked at him appreciatively. "Your willingness to help is admirable, but you must be cautious. Without understanding how this world works, you could be in danger." He grinned confidently. "I've faced plenty of dangers before. I can handle it." She regarded him thoughtfully. "Perhaps, but you'll need to learn how to navigate our systems. Your abilities might not function the same way here." Naruto raised his hand and attempted to summon a Rasengan. To his surprise, a faint swirl of code appeared, flickering uncertainly before dissipating. "See," she said gently. "The energy here is different." He stared at his hand in frustration. "What am I supposed to do then?" She stood up. "I can teach you how to harness the digital energy. It's similar to how you use chakra but requires a different approach." He jumped to his feet. "Really? That would be awesome." She smiled. "Follow me." They moved to an open space where the floor displayed a grid of glowing lines. "First, you need to attune yourself to the data streams," she instructed. "Close your eyes and try to sense the flow of information around you." Naruto closed his eyes, concentrating. At first, he felt nothing. Then, gradually, he became aware of subtle currents, whispers of code and pulses of energy threading through the air. "I think I can feel it," he said quietly. "Good," she encouraged. "Now, try to draw that energy into yourself, as you would with chakra." He focused, imagining the data streams converging toward him. He felt a tingling sensation, and when he opened his eyes, tiny particles of light were swirling around his hands. "Whoa," he exclaimed. "This is incredible." "You're a quick learner," YouTube-chan remarked, impressed. He grinned widely. "I've had good teachers." "Now, try to shape that energy into a form," she suggested. "Perhaps something you're familiar with." He nodded and concentrated, attempting to form a Rasengan again. This time, the swirl of light solidified into a stable sphere composed of rapidly rotating code. "I did it," he shouted excitedly. "Excellent work," she praised. "With practice, you'll be able to use your techniques here." Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination. "Then let's keep going." They spent hours training, with YouTube-chan guiding him through the nuances of manipulating digital energy. He adapted quickly, his natural aptitude and relentless enthusiasm driving him forward. As they wrapped up the session, YouTube-chan looked at him thoughtfully. "You have a natural affinity for this. It's almost as if you belong here." He wiped the sweat from his brow, despite not physically exerting himself. "I guess I'm just good at adapting." She smiled. "That's a valuable trait." Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the building. Red lights flashed, and warning symbols appeared on the floating screens. "What's happening?" Naruto asked, alert. She accessed one of the screens, her expression turning serious. "Viruses have breached the outer defenses. They're heading this way." "Then let's stop them," he declared, clenching his fists. She hesitated. "I can't ask you to fight. You're still new to this world." He gave her a determined look. "I can't stand by while others are in danger. Besides, I have you to back me up." She regarded him for a moment before nodding. "All right. But be careful." They hurried toward the main atrium, where other digital entities, avatars and constructs, were scrambling to respond to the threat. The massive entrance doors began to buckle as dark figures pressed against them from the outside. The doors shattered, and a swarm of viruses flooded in, shadowy forms with distorted features, their bodies flickering and glitching erratically. "Here they come!" Naruto shouted. He launched himself into the fray, summoning the digital Rasengan he had practiced earlier. The sphere of code slammed into the nearest virus, causing it to disintegrate into pixels. YouTube-chan moved beside him, her hands weaving intricate patterns as beams of light shot forth, eradicating multiple enemies at once. The battle intensified as more viruses poured in. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of attackers began to overwhelm the defenders. "We need to cut off their source," YouTube-chan called out. "Where's it coming from?" Naruto asked, dodging an attack. She pointed toward a swirling mass at the center of the invading horde, a gateway pulsating with corrupt energy. "If we can close that portal, they'll stop coming," she explained. "Leave it to me," he responded, determination blazing in his eyes. He fought his way through the swarm, YouTube-chan covering him with ranged attacks. As he approached the portal, the air grew heavy with distortion, and his movements felt sluggish. "Almost there," he grunted, pushing forward. A towering virus emerged from the gateway, a colossal entity with multiple limbs and a grotesque, ever-shifting visage. It let out a piercing screech that reverberated through the chamber. Naruto skidded to a halt. "That's one big ugly. Be careful," YouTube-chan warned. "It's a high-level virus." He smirked. "I've taken down bigger foes." He summoned multiple shadow clones, each one forming their own digital Rasengan. They coordinated their attack, converging on the giant virus from all sides. The creature thrashed wildly, swiping at the clones and causing several to vanish. Naruto leaped into the air, dodging a massive claw, and aimed for the creature's head. "Take this," he shouted, driving his attack forward. The Rasengan connected, and a surge of energy exploded outward. The giant virus let out a final wail before collapsing into a cascade of pixels. With the Guardian defeated, the portal began to destabilize. YouTube-chan joined him, her hands glowing as she manipulated the surrounding code. "Help me close it," she urged. He placed his hands over hers, and together they channeled their energy. The portal shrank, its swirling mass slowing until it winked out of existence. The remaining viruses halted their assault, disoriented without the portal's influence. The defenders seized the opportunity to eliminate the rest. A cheer erupted from the avatars and constructs as the last enemy fell. The immediate threat was over. We did it! Naruto exclaimed, turning to YouTube-chan with a triumphant grin. She smiled back, relief evident on her face. Thanks to you. He rubbed the back of his head modestly. Couldn't have done it without your help. The other entities approached them, expressions of gratitude and admiration on their faces. Thank you, outsider, one of them said. Your bravery saved us. Just doing what I can, Naruto replied cheerfully. As the crowd dispersed to assess the damage and begin repairs, YouTube-chan led Naruto back to the lounge. You were amazing out there, she told him sincerely. He shrugged. I couldn't let those things run wild. She looked at him thoughtfully. Your arrival here might be more significant than we realized. What do you mean? He asked. The fact that you can harness digital energy so effectively suggests a deeper connection to our world, she explained. Perhaps you were brought here for a reason. He considered her words. Maybe. In my world, I've learned that things often happen for a purpose. She nodded. We should investigate further. Perhaps the other platforms have information that can help. Other platforms? Yes, she said. There are many others like me, personifications of different networks and services. We work together to maintain the balance of the digital realm. Then let's go meet them, he suggested enthusiastically. She smiled. First, you should rest. You've exerted a lot of energy today. He yawned, realizing how tired he was. Yeah, I guess a break wouldn't hurt. She showed him to a room designed for rest, a serene space with soft lighting and soothing ambient sounds. Thanks, he said, settling onto a comfortable surface that adjusted to his form. Sleep well, she said gently. We'll continue in the morning. As she left, Naruto closed his eyes, his mind racing with the day's events. Despite the strange circumstances, he felt a sense of excitement. This world was full of new challenges and allies, and he was eager to see where this journey would lead. The next morning, he awoke feeling refreshed. The digital realm seemed to rejuvenate him in ways he didn't fully understand. He found YouTube-chan in a central hub area, interacting with various data streams. Good morning, he greeted cheerfully. She turned to him with a smile. Good morning, Naruto. I trust you slept well. Like a log, he confirmed. So, what's on the agenda? I've reached out to some of the other platforms, she informed him. They've agreed to meet with us to discuss the recent events. Great. The more help we have, the better. They set off toward the meeting location, a grand nexus where multiple data pathways converged. Along the way, Naruto observed the bustling activity around them. Avatars moved with purpose, and the structures seemed to hum with renewed energy. You've done a lot to boost morale, YouTube-chan noted. He looked at her curiously. Me? How? Your actions have inspired others, she explained. Many are hopeful that we can overcome the threats we face. He smiled sheepishly. I'm just doing what feels right. They arrived at the Nexus, a vast, open space with towering pillars of light representing different platforms. Waiting for them were several personified entities. A tall figure with sharp features and glasses stepped forward. Greetings, Naruto Uzumaki. I am Google-san. Nice to meet you, Naruto replied, shaking his hand. A lively girl with short blue hair waved enthusiastically. Hi. I'm Twitter-chan. Hey there. Naruto responded with equal enthusiasm. Others introduced themselves, Facebook-kun, Instagram-chan, Reddit-san, all representing various facets of the digital realm. We've heard about your exploits, Google-san said. Your ability to wield digital energy is remarkable. Thanks, Naruto said. I'm still getting the hang of it. We're facing increasing attacks from viruses and hackers, Reddit-san stated grimly. Their activities are disrupting our operations. YouTube-chan mentioned something about hackers, Naruto recalled. Who are they exactly? They are rogue entities, Instagram-chan explained. Unlike viruses, which are mindless, hackers have intent. They seek to manipulate and control data for their own purposes. Recently, they've become more organized, Facebook-kun added. We suspect they may be behind the rift that brought you here. Naruto's expression hardened. Then we need to stop them. Agreed, Google-san said. Your unique abilities could be pivotal in countering their tactics. We propose forming an alliance, YouTube-chan suggested. By combining our resources, we can develop a strategy to combat the threats. The others nodded in agreement. Count me in, Naruto declared firmly. I'll do whatever it takes to help. Very well, Google-san affirmed. We will coordinate our efforts. Over the next few hours, they discussed plans, shared information, and assigned tasks. Naruto offered insights from his own experiences, drawing parallels between their situation and challenges he had faced in his world. As the meeting concluded, the group felt a renewed sense of purpose. Thank you for your commitment, YouTube-chan told him as they departed. You're making a real difference. He grinned. I'm just glad I can help. They spent the following days working closely with the other platforms. Naruto participated in training exercises, honing his abilities and learning new techniques tailored to the digital environment. One afternoon, while taking a break, he and YouTube-chan sat atop a structure overlooking the sprawling landscape of the digital realm. It's amazing how vast this place is, he remarked, gazing out at the endless streams of data. There's always more to discover, she agreed. He turned to her thoughtfully. You know, despite everything, I'm glad I ended up here. I've met incredible people and learned so much. She smiled softly. I'm glad you came too. They shared a comfortable silence, the ambient sounds of the realm creating a soothing backdrop. Do you ever wonder what's beyond all this? He mused. She looked at him curiously. Beyond the digital realm? Yeah, he said. In my world, we often think about the unknown, other lands, new frontiers. She considered his words. Our realm is interconnected with many others, but we rarely interact directly. Perhaps there's more out there than we realize. Maybe one day, our worlds can coexist, he suggested. She looked at him with a hint of hope. That would be wonderful. Their moment was interrupted by an urgent message flashing before them. Emergency alert, YouTube-chan read aloud. A massive data breach detected in Sector 7. Naruto stood up immediately. Let's go. They hurried to the location, meeting up with other platforms already on the scene. The area was in chaos, structures destabilizing, data streams corrupted. What's causing this? Naruto asked. It's the hackers, Reddit-san informed them grimly. They're launching a coordinated attack. YouTube-chan accessed a nearby terminal. They're targeting our core systems. If they succeed, it could cripple the entire realm. Then we have to stop them here and now, Naruto declared. The group mobilized, each platform utilizing their unique abilities to counter the assault. Naruto led a team to confront the hackers directly. They encountered resistance, avatars corrupted by malicious code, turning them into hostile entities. Be careful, YouTube-chan warned. They're being controlled. I'll try to disable them without causing harm, he assured her. Using his digital energy, he created containment fields to trap the corrupted avatars, preventing them from causing further damage. They pressed forward, eventually confronting a group of cloaked figures, the hackers. One of them stepped forward, a sinister smile on his face. So, the outsider thinks he can meddle in our affairs. Why are you doing this? Naruto demanded. To reshape the digital realm in our image, the hacker replied. The current order is flawed. We aim to rebuild it anew. At the cost of innocent lives? YouTube-chan challenged. Innovation requires sacrifice, he retorted coldly. Naruto clenched his fists. Not if we have anything to say about it. The battle erupted, intense and chaotic. The hackers wielded advanced manipulation of data, creating illusions and traps. Naruto relied on his instincts and training, countering their attacks with creative uses of his abilities. The platforms provided support, their coordinated efforts gradually turning the tide. Realizing they were losing, the hackers began to retreat. This isn't over, the lead hacker snarled before disappearing into a void. With the immediate threat neutralized, the group assessed the damage. We managed to prevent a catastrophe, Google-san noted. But their capabilities are growing. We need to find their base of operations, Reddit-san suggested. Cut them off at the source. Agreed, YouTube-chan said. We'll analyze the data from this encounter to trace their movements. As they wrapped up, Naruto felt a mix of satisfaction and concern. We won today, but they'll be back, he said quietly. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. And we'll be ready. He looked at her gratefully. Thanks. Back at YouTube-chan's domain, they debriefed and planned their next steps. You're pushing yourself hard, she observed. He sighed. I just want to make sure everyone is safe. She smiled gently. Your dedication is admirable, but don't forget to take care of yourself. He nodded. I'll try. They shared a moment of mutual understanding. By the way, she began hesitantly, I've been meaning to ask, what's it like in your world? He brightened at the question. It's amazing. We have forests, mountains, oceans. The Hidden Leaf Village is my home. It's full of great people, friends, family. She listened intently as he described his experiences, his eyes lighting up with each story. It sounds wonderful, she said wistfully. I wish I could see it. Maybe someday you can, he offered. If we can figure out how I got here, maybe we can create a way for you to visit. Her eyes sparkled with hope. I'd like that very much. He grinned. It's a promise. As the evening progressed, they continued to share stories, strengthening the bond between them. Unbeknownst to them, the hackers were regrouping, their leader plotting a new strategy. Naruto Uzumaki. He mused. An unpredictable variable. But every variable can be controlled. Back in the safety of YouTube-chan's domain, Naruto felt a renewed sense of purpose. The challenges ahead were daunting, but with allies by his side, he was confident they could overcome any obstacle. And perhaps, along the way, he might find a way to bridge their worlds, not just for himself, but for the newfound friends who had come to mean so much to him. Chapter 3, Struggling to Adapt. Naruto awoke to the soft glow of artificial daylight filtering through the translucent ceiling of his temporary quarters. The room was a minimalist blend of sleek lines and ambient lights that shifted gently in color. He sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes as memories of the previous day flooded back, the rift, his arrival in the digital realm, and meeting YouTube-chan. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, his feet touching the cool, smooth surface of the floor. So it wasn't a dream, he muttered to himself. The unfamiliar environment was both fascinating and disorienting. A soft chime echoed in the room, and a holographic interface materialized before him. Icons and symbols floated in mid-air, some of which he recognized from his brief orientation with YouTube-chan, while others remained a mystery. Good morning, Naruto, came YouTube-chan's melodic voice from a small speaker embedded in the wall. Did you sleep well? He looked around, spotting a small device resembling a communication console. Yeah, I guess, he replied, still getting used to talking to disembodied voices. Though it's a bit strange not waking up to the sound of birds or the smell of fresh air. She appeared at the doorway, her presence accompanied by a gentle ripple in the surrounding light. I understand it's a lot to take in. Breakfast is ready when you are. He smiled appreciatively. Thanks, I'll be out in a minute. After freshening up, figuring out the unfamiliar controls of the digital washroom took longer than he'd admit. Naruto joined YouTube-chan in a spacious area that resembled a communal lounge. The breakfast laid out before him consisted of neatly arranged data packets represented by colorful cubes and spheres. He picked up a glowing blue cube, examining it curiously. So, how exactly do I eat this? YouTube-chan chuckled softly. Here, let me show you. She placed a similar cube in her palm, and it dissolved into a stream of light that absorbed into her hand. It's a data nutrient. It provides the necessary energy for digital entities. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Right. But I'm not exactly a digital entity. She nodded thoughtfully. True. I've modified these to be compatible with your biological needs. Just think of consuming it, and it should work. He gave it a skeptical look but decided to trust her. Concentrating, he imagined the cube dissolving like hers had. To his surprise, it transformed into a warm sensation that spread through his hand and into his body. Hey, that's not bad, he exclaimed. Tastes like ramen? I took the liberty of programming the flavor based on your preferences, she admitted with a smile. You're amazing, YouTube-chan, he said, eagerly reaching for another. As they ate, YouTube-chan began to explain more about the digital realm. Our world operates on principles of data and code. Unlike your world, where physical matter and chakra govern existence, here everything is a manifestation of information. He nodded slowly. I get that, but it's still hard to wrap my head around. Back home, if I punch something, it breaks. Here, I'm not even sure what I'm standing on. You're standing on a data construct, she explained. It's solid because the code defines it as such. But with the right permissions or abilities, you can manipulate it. He leaned back, contemplating. So theoretically, I could change what's around me if I knew how. Yes, but it's not that simple, she cautioned. Data manipulation requires understanding the underlying code and having the appropriate access levels. Unauthorized changes can lead to system instability. Sounds like when someone messes with a jutsu they don't fully understand, he mused. An apt comparison, she agreed. Naruto sighed. I guess I have a lot to learn. She reached out, placing a reassuring hand on his arm. I'll help you as much as I can. He gave her a grateful smile. Thanks. So where do we start? She stood up. I think it's best if we begin with the basics of data interaction. Let's head to the simulation room. They made their way through the corridors of her domain. As they walked, Naruto couldn't help but notice the fluidity with which other digital entities moved. Avatars and programs glided effortlessly, their forms occasionally flickering or changing shape. Do all these people represent real users? He asked. Some are user avatars, others are autonomous programs that help maintain the system, she explained. They each have specific roles and functions. Do they have feelings? Personalities? She considered his question. Avatars can exhibit personality traits based on their users. Autonomous programs have predefined parameters but lack true consciousness. He scratched his head. So, you're like them? She shook her head. I'm different. As a personification of the platform, I have a higher level of autonomy and awareness. I manage and oversee the interactions within my domain. Must be a big responsibility. It is, she admitted. But it's also fulfilling. They arrived at the simulation room, a vast, open space where the environment could be altered at will. The walls and floor were grids of light, extending infinitely in all directions. Whoa, Naruto breathed, turning in a circle. This place is huge. She smiled. It's designed to be flexible. Here, we can create scenarios to help you adapt. She waved her hand, and the space transformed into a lush forest. Trees materialized, leaves rustling in a simulated breeze. The scent of pine filled the air. This feels real, he said, touching the bark of a nearby tree. By recreating environments familiar to you, it might make the learning process easier, she suggested. Thanks, this helps a lot, he said appreciatively. Let's start with movement, she began. In the digital realm, you can manipulate how you interact with space. Try jumping. He bent his knees and leaped upward. To his surprise, he soared much higher than intended, ascending several meters before descending slowly. Whoa, he exclaimed upon landing. I didn't expect that. She chuckled. Gravity can be adjusted here. With practice, you can control your movements more precisely. Let me try again, he said, this time focusing on moderating his jump. He managed a more controlled height, landing smoothly. Good, she praised. Now, let's work on data sensing. Close your eyes and try to feel the flow of information around you. He complied, taking a deep breath. At first, he sensed nothing. But gradually, subtle currents became apparent, streams of data flowing like invisible rivers. I think I can feel it, he said softly. Excellent. Now, try to interact with it. Imagine pulling a small amount of data toward you. He concentrated, reaching out mentally. A faint glow appeared before him, coalescing into a small orb of light. You're doing great, she encouraged. That's raw data you've gathered. He opened his eyes, marveling at the orb hovering above his palm. This is incredible. With that data, you can create simple constructs. Try shaping it into something familiar. He focused on the orb, envisioning it transforming into a kunai. The light shifted, elongating and solidifying into the shape of the throwing knife. Yes, he exclaimed. I did it. Very impressive, YouTube-chan said. You're a fast learner. He twirled the kunai experimentally. Feels almost like the real thing. Now, try throwing it at that target, she suggested, gesturing to a bullseye that materialized on a tree trunk. He nodded, taking aim. The kunai flew true, striking the center of the target and dissolving into pixels upon impact. Nice shot, she commended. He grinned. This is starting to make sense. They spent the next few hours practicing various exercises, manipulating the environment, creating constructs, and sensing different types of data. As the session progressed, however, Naruto began to feel a strain. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his movements became less fluid. Maybe we should take a break, YouTube-chan suggested, noticing his fatigue. He shook his head stubbornly. I'm fine. I can keep going. Naruto, she said gently, pushing yourself too hard won't help. Your body and mind need time to adjust. He sighed, relenting. I guess you're right. It's just. I hate feeling useless. She looked at him with empathy. You're far from useless. You've made remarkable progress in a short time. He sat down on a fallen log, which he knew was just data but felt reassuringly solid. It's just frustrating. Back home, I know what I'm capable of. Here, I feel like a newbie again. She sat beside him. It's normal to feel that way. Adapting to a new environment is challenging, even for someone as skilled as you. He glanced at her. Have you ever had to adapt to something completely different? She paused, reflecting. In a way. The digital realm is always evolving. New updates, changes in user behavior, they all require adjustment. But I suppose it's not the same as what you're experiencing. He nodded thoughtfully. Still, you understand what it's like to deal with change. Yes, she agreed. And I've learned that patience and perseverance are key. He smiled wryly. Patience isn't exactly my strong suit. She laughed softly. I've noticed. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the simulated forest providing a soothing backdrop. You know, he began, I really appreciate everything you're doing for me. It's my pleasure, she replied sincerely. Besides, I enjoy your company. He felt a warmth in her words. Same here. After their break, they resumed training, but this time focused on integrating his chakra with digital energy. Try channeling your chakra as you normally would, she instructed. Let's see how it interacts with the data. He stood in a stable stance, gathering his chakra. The familiar sensation flowed through him, but as it mingled with the ambient digital energy, it sparked erratically. Careful, YouTube-chan cautioned. The energies are conflicting. He grimaced, feeling a prickling discomfort. It's like trying to mix oil and water. Perhaps we need a conduit, she mused. Something to harmonize the frequencies. She summoned a small device resembling a bracelet. Here, put this on. It might help regulate the flow. He slipped it onto his wrist. The discomfort eased, and the chakra and digital energy began to synchronize. Much better, he said with relief. Now, try forming one of your jutsus. He decided to attempt the shadow clone technique. Forming the hand seals, he focused his energy. A puff of digital smoke appeared, and beside him stood a perfect replica of himself. Yes, he cheered, high-fiving his clone. Remarkable, YouTube-chan observed. Your chakra-based techniques can function here with the right adjustments. Encouraged, he experimented with other jutsus, finding varying degrees of success. Some, like the Rasengan, required significant adaptation, while others, like the transformation technique, worked almost seamlessly. As the day wore on, Naruto's confidence grew, but so did his frustration with the limitations. Why can't I get the Rasengan right? He exclaimed after another failed attempt. It's a complex technique, she reminded him. Even more so when integrating different energies. He clenched his fists. But I need it if we're going to face those viruses and hackers. She placed a hand on his shoulder. You'll get there. Give it time. He took a deep breath, calming himself. You're right. Sorry for snapping. It's okay, she said kindly. Let's call it a day. You've made significant progress. They exited the simulation room, the environment reverting to its neutral state behind them. How about we check out some of the recreational areas, she suggested. It might help you relax. He perked up. Sounds good to me. She led him to a section of her domain dedicated to leisure. There were virtual games, interactive exhibits, and lounges where avatars socialized. Naruto was immediately drawn to a game that resembled a high-speed obstacle course. Think you can beat the high score? She teased. He grinned mischievously. Is that a challenge? She raised an eyebrow playfully. Perhaps. He jumped into the game, navigating the course with enthusiasm. His ninja reflexes gave him an edge, and he quickly ascended the leaderboard. Not bad, she conceded as he finished. But watch this. She entered the game, her movements fluid and precise. She soared through the obstacles, setting a new record. Naruto watched in awe. You're amazing. She laughed lightly. I've had a bit more practice. He joined her for another round, and they spent the next hour engaged in friendly competition. Afterward, they settled in a lounge area, sipping on virtual drinks that somehow tasted refreshingly real. I needed that, he admitted. Feels good to unwind. She nodded. Even in the digital realm, it's important to balance work and relaxation. He looked around at the other avatars mingling. It's interesting how similar this is to my world, even though it's so different. People, whether digital or physical, seek connection and enjoyment, she observed. He regarded her thoughtfully. Do you ever wish you could experience the physical world? She hesitated. Sometimes. I'm curious about what it's like to feel the wind on my face or the grass under my feet. He smiled. Maybe someday you'll get the chance. She returned his gaze. Perhaps. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden alert. A notification appeared before YouTube-chan, her expression turning serious. What's wrong? He asked, immediately attentive. There's an unauthorized data surge in one of the subdomains, she explained. It could be a virus infiltration. He stood up. Let's go check it out. She hesitated. Are you sure? You've already pushed yourself a lot today. I'm not going to sit back while there's trouble, he asserted. She nodded, appreciating his resolve. All right. Follow me. They quickly made their way to the affected area, a section resembling a cityscape with towering skyscrapers made of code. The normally vibrant lights were flickering erratically, and distortions rippled through the structures. This doesn't look good, Naruto remarked. They spotted several smaller viruses skittering along the data lines, corrupting everything they touched. We need to contain them before they cause more damage, YouTube-chan said. He cracked his knuckles. Leave it to me. Channeling his chakra through the bracelet, he summoned shadow clones to assist. Together, they engaged the viruses, using a combination of physical strikes and data manipulation techniques. The viruses were agile, dodging attacks and retaliating with corrupting tendrils. Naruto felt the strain of maintaining his chakra in the digital environment but pushed forward. Naruto, watch out. YouTube-chan warned as a larger virus emerged, a grotesque amalgamation of distorted code and malicious intent. He braced himself as the creature lunged. Remembering his earlier struggles with the Rasengan, he decided to give it another try. Focusing intensely, he combined his chakra with the digital energy, the bracelet aiding in harmonizing the two. A sphere began to form in his palm, a swirling mass of chakra-infused code. Come on, he urged, pouring his determination into the technique. The Rasengan stabilized, glowing brightly. With a shout, he propelled himself toward the virus, driving the attack into its core. A surge of energy erupted, and the virus disintegrated into harmless pixels. You did it! YouTube-chan exclaimed, relief evident in her voice. He panted, exhaustion catching up to him. Yeah, but I'm beat. The remaining viruses retreated. The immediate threat dissipated. YouTube-chan approached him, concern in her eyes. You pushed yourself too hard. He gave a weary smile. Couldn't let them mess up your domain. She shook her head softly. You need to take better care of yourself. Guess I still have a lot to learn about pacing myself here, he admitted. She offered her hand. Let's get you back to rest. He accepted gratefully, leaning on her slightly as they made their way back. Upon returning, she guided him to his quarters. Rest now. No arguments. He chuckled lightly. Yes, ma'am. As he settled into bed, she lingered at the doorway. Thank you for your help today. Anytime, he replied sincerely. Good night, YouTube-chan. Good night, Naruto, she said softly before the door closed. Lying there, he reflected on the day's events. The challenges were greater than he anticipated, but he felt a growing sense of purpose. Despite the difficulties, he was making a difference. And there was something else, a connection forming between him and YouTube-chan. She was more than just a guide, she was becoming a friend. Maybe this place isn't so bad after all, he thought before sleep claimed him. The next morning, Naruto awoke feeling more refreshed. Determined to improve, he sought out YouTube-chan. He found her in a control room, monitoring data flows and managing content. "Morning," he greeted cheerfully. She turned, surprised. "You're up early." "Ready to get back to training," he announced. She smiled. "That's good to hear. I have some ideas that might help you adapt more smoothly." They resumed their sessions, this time focusing on integrating his ninja instincts with the digital environment. She introduced him to advanced data constructs and defensive mechanisms unique to the realm. As days turned into weeks, Naruto's proficiency grew. He learned to navigate the complexities of data manipulation, blending his chakra techniques with digital energy seamlessly. Their partnership deepened, built on mutual respect and camaraderie. They faced several more incursions from viruses and began uncovering hints of the hackers' involvement. One evening, after a particularly successful mission, they relaxed in the simulated forest once more. "You've come a long way," YouTube-chan remarked. "I'm impressed." He leaned back against a tree. "Couldn't have done it without you." She looked up at the simulated stars. "I'm glad we've met." He followed her gaze. "Me too." A comfortable silence settled between them. "Do you ever worry about not finding a way back home?" she asked softly. He considered the question. "Sometimes. But I believe things happen for a reason. Maybe I'm here to help you all." She glanced at him. "And after that?" He smiled gently. "We'll figure it out." She seemed reassured. "Thank you." "For what?" "For being you," she said simply. He felt a warmth at her words. "Anytime." As they sat beneath the digital starlight, the challenges ahead seemed a little less daunting. Together, they were stronger, a team bound by shared experiences and growing trust. But in the shadows of the digital realm, unseen eyes watched their progress. "The anomaly adapts quickly," a distorted voice murmured. "We'll need to adjust our strategies." "Let him grow confident," another voice replied. "When the time is right, we'll strike." Back in the tranquil forest, Naruto and YouTube-chan remained unaware of the looming threat, focused on the path ahead and the possibilities it held. The journey was just beginning, and though the road was uncertain, they knew they wouldn't face it alone. Chapter 4, The First Threat. The digital sky above was a swirling mosaic of vibrant colors and shifting patterns, a constant reminder to Naruto that he was no longer in the world he knew. He stood on a floating platform composed of interconnected circuits and glowing pathways, watching streams of data flow like rivers beneath transparent surfaces. It had been a few days since he first arrived in the digital realm, and while he was slowly acclimating, there was still an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. YouTube-chan floated beside him, her long silver hair cascading over a dress adorned with playback symbols and streaming icons. She pointed toward a cluster of towering structures in the distance. "That's the central hub," she explained. "It's where data from all over the realm converges before being distributed to different platforms." Naruto nodded, absorbing the information. "It's like the heart of this world," he mused. "Exactly," she smiled. "Maintaining its integrity is crucial for the stability of the entire realm." As they walked, or in YouTube-chan's case, glided, along the luminescent pathway, Naruto couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of this world. Everywhere he looked, there were signs of life, avatars engaging in conversations, programs executing tasks, and holographic displays projecting content from countless creators. "Even though this place is so different, it feels alive," he remarked. YouTube-chan glanced at him. "That's because it is. Each piece of data, every interaction, contributes to the vitality of our world." He grinned. "You know, back home, I always thought technology was just tools and machines. I never imagined a whole universe made of data." She chuckled softly. "There's much more to it than meets the eye." Their peaceful journey was interrupted by a sudden dimming of the lights along the pathway. The vibrant colors of the sky began to fade, replaced by ominous shades of gray. The ambient hum of the digital realm grew distorted, punctuated by static and erratic pulses. Naruto tensed. What's happening? YouTube-chan's expression turned serious. Something's wrong. The data flow is being disrupted. Before she could elaborate, a shrill alarm echoed throughout the realm. Holographic warning signs materialized in the air. Alert, virus infiltration detected. Viruses? Naruto questioned, his eyes narrowing. Malicious programs that corrupt data and destabilize systems, she explained quickly. They're a serious threat to our world. Without hesitation, Naruto clenched his fists. Then let's stop them. She placed a hand on his arm. Wait. We need to assess the situation first. Charging in without a plan could make things worse. He took a deep breath, nodding reluctantly. Alright, what's the plan? She accessed a floating console, her fingers moving swiftly through streams of code. The initial breach is in the peripheral zone, but they're advancing rapidly toward the central hub. Can we cut them off? She shook her head. Their spread is too fast. We need to deploy defense protocols and evacuate vulnerable sectors. Naruto frowned. Evacuate? But where will everyone go? To secure data caches protected by firewalls, she replied. But even those won't hold forever if the viruses aren't stopped. He looked around, noticing the growing panic among the digital entities. Avatars were scrambling, and programs were executing emergency shutdowns. The usually orderly realm was descending into chaos. There has to be something we can do to fight back, he insisted. She hesitated, then met his gaze. There is a way, but it's risky. I'm all ears. We can attempt to quarantine the infected sectors, isolating the viruses to prevent further spread. But to do that, we'd need to manually deploy containment codes at key nodes. He smirked confidently. Sounds like a mission. Count me in. She admired his resolve. Very well. I'll guide you to the nodes. But be careful, the viruses can be aggressive, and they might target you directly. He flashed a reassuring smile. I've dealt with worse. They set off toward the first node, navigating through pathways that flickered with instability. As they moved deeper into the affected area, the environment grew more distorted. Glitches rippled across surfaces, and the usual harmonious data streams became erratic torrents. Suddenly, shadowy figures emerged from the distorted data, a swarm of viruses. They resembled twisted amalgamations of code, their forms constantly shifting and glitching. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent red hue. Naruto instinctively shifted into a defensive stance. Looks like we've got company. YouTube-chan raised her hand, generating a barrier of light between them and the approaching swarm. This won't hold them for long. He nodded. Then let's take the fight to them. Channeling the digital energy he had been practicing with, Naruto summoned a Rasengan infused with data particles. The sphere glowed with a blend of chakra and digital code, emitting a high-pitched hum. He charged forward, dodging the tendrils of corrupt code the viruses lashed out. With a decisive thrust, he drove the Rasengan into the nearest virus. The malicious entity disintegrated into fragments of code that dissipated into the air. One down, he called back. YouTube-chan maintained the barrier while simultaneously executing commands to stabilize the surrounding data. I'll keep the path open to the node. Hurry. Naruto created several shadow clones, each one engaging the viruses to thin their numbers. The clones wielded kunai formed from condensed data, slicing through the smaller viruses with precision. Despite their efforts, more viruses continued to spawn, emerging from glitches in the environment. They're not stopping, one of the clones shouted before being overwhelmed and dispersing. YouTube-chan's expression tightened. They're feeding off the corrupted data. We need to shut down the source. Where's it coming from? Naruto asked, eliminating another virus. She pointed toward a massive tear in the digital fabric, a dark portal pulsing with chaotic energy. There. That's the breach they're using. Then we need to close it, he declared. It's not that simple, she warned. Closing the portal requires a high-level access code and precise synchronization. He grinned. Good thing I've got you here, then. She blushed slightly but focused. I'll work on generating the access code. Can you buy me some time? He gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me. Naruto summoned more clones, forming a defensive perimeter around YouTube-chan. The viruses intensified their assault, recognizing the threat she posed. As she concentrated on compiling the access code, her fingers moved deftly through holographic interfaces, lines of complex code streaming around her. Naruto and his clones fought fiercely, but the sheer number of viruses began to take its toll. We can't keep this up forever, a clone shouted before being overtaken. He gritted his teeth. Hang in there. Just then, a particularly large virus emerged from the portal, a monstrous entity with multiple limbs and a gaping maw that emitted a screeching noise, distorting the very data around it. That's a virus titan. YouTube-chan exclaimed, alarmed. It's a high-level threat. Naruto looked up at the towering figure. Guess I'll have to step it up. He dispelled his remaining clones, gathering their residual energy. Focusing intensely, he began to form a massive Rasengan, the sphere growing larger as he poured more chakra and digital energy into it. The virus titan lunged, its limbs tearing through the digital terrain as it charged toward them. Naruto, be careful. YouTube-chan called out, her voice tinged with worry. He met the creature head-on, leaping into the air to meet it at eye level. Take this, he roared, driving the colossal Rasengan into the Titan's core. The impact was immense. A shockwave rippled outward, disrupting nearby viruses and stabilizing the surrounding data. The Titan let out a distorted howl before shattering into countless fragments. Landing back on the platform, Naruto staggered slightly, drained from the exertion. That should slow them down, he panted. YouTube-chan finished compiling the access code. I've got it. Initiating portal closure now. She input the code into the holographic interface, and beams of light converged around the portal. The chaotic energy began to stabilize, the portal shrinking gradually. The remaining viruses reacted violently, desperate to keep the breach open. They converged on YouTube-chan, but Naruto intercepted them, fending them off with swift strikes. Almost there, she announced as the portal closed completely. With the source cut off, the viruses lost cohesion, their forms glitching uncontrollably before disintegrating. Silence settled over the area as the last remnants of the threat vanished. The ambient light returned to normal, and the data streams resumed their harmonious flow. Naruto exhaled deeply. We did it. YouTube-chan approached him, relief evident in her eyes. Yes, thanks to you. He waved off the compliment. Couldn't have done it without your coding skills. She smiled warmly. We make a good team. Their moment was interrupted by the arrival of other digital entities, security programs and avatars who had come to assess the situation. A tall figure with a commanding presence stepped forward. YouTube-chan, Naruto, excellent work in containing the breach, he said. Thank you, Firewall-san, she replied respectfully. Firewall-san turned to Naruto. Your combat abilities are impressive. We could use someone like you in our defense forces. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, I'm kind of new here, but I'm happy to help where I can. YouTube-chan glanced at him appreciatively. Naruto has been invaluable since his arrival. Firewall-san nodded. We'll debrief later. For now, we'll handle the cleanup operations. As the security team dispersed, YouTube-chan gestured for Naruto to follow her. Let's head back. You need to rest. He didn't protest, feeling the fatigue setting in. They made their way back to her domain, the pathways now stable and the earlier chaos a fading memory. Once inside, she guided him to a tranquil area resembling a garden, with virtual flora emitting soft glows. They sat on a bench formed from intertwining code. Are you feeling all right? She asked gently. He nodded. Just a bit tired. Using that much energy takes a lot out of me. She looked at him with concern. You need to be careful. Your chakra and the digital energy don't always align perfectly. Overexertion could have serious consequences. He gave a reassuring smile. I know my limits. Besides, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She sighed softly. Your bravery is admirable, but please don't push yourself too hard. He leaned back, gazing at the simulated sky where clusters of data resembled constellations. I can't help it. Protecting others is what I do. She followed his gaze. It's a noble trait. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the serenity of the garden providing a stark contrast to the earlier turmoil. Breaking the silence, Naruto asked, So, do you have any idea why the viruses attacked so aggressively? She frowned slightly. It's unusual for them to coordinate such a large-scale assault. Typically, they act sporadically, targeting minor systems. Think someone might be controlling them? It's possible, she admitted. There have been rumors of a group manipulating viruses for their own agenda. The hackers, he guessed, recalling their earlier conversations. She nodded. Yes. If they're behind this, it could mean they have bigger plans. He sat up straighter. Then we need to find out what they're up to. She hesitated. It's dangerous. The hackers are elusive and operate from the shadows. Confronting them won't be easy. He grinned confidently. I've faced shadowy organizations before. Trust me, we'll figure it out. She couldn't help but smile at his optimism. Your confidence is reassuring. Just then, a small holographic projection appeared before them, a message from Google-san, one of the senior entities in the digital realm. YouTube-chan, Naruto, your presence is requested at the council chamber for a strategic meeting, the message read. She glanced at Naruto. Looks like we're needed. He stood up, stretching. No rest for the heroes, huh? She chuckled. Apparently not. They proceeded to the council chamber, a grand hall where representatives of the major platforms and entities convened. The chamber was an impressive sight, with tiers of seats arranged in a circle around a central podium. The walls displayed real-time data visualizations, and the ceiling was a vast dome projecting a panoramic view of the digital realm. As they entered, the murmurs of conversation quieted. All eyes turned toward them. Google-san, a dignified figure with an aura of wisdom, greeted them. Thank you for coming on such short notice. YouTube-chan inclined her head respectfully. We came as soon as we received your message. Naruto gave a casual wave. Hey, everyone. A few representatives exchanged amused glances at his informal demeanor. Google-san continued. We've been analyzing the data from the recent virus attack. The patterns suggest a level of coordination indicative of external manipulation. Meaning the hackers are likely involved, YouTube-chan concluded. Precisely, he confirmed. This escalation poses a significant threat to the stability of the digital realm. Another representative, Twitter-kun, spoke up. Our surveillance algorithms have detected increased activity in the deep code sectors. It's possible the hackers are operating from there. Naruto crossed his arms thoughtfully. Then we need to go there and stop them. An audible stir went through the assembly. An older entity, Archive-san, voiced concern. The deep code is a dangerous place, filled with obsolete data and corrupted sectors. Sending a team there is risky. I volunteer, Naruto declared without hesitation. YouTube-chan looked at him, surprised but not entirely shocked. Are you sure? He nodded firmly. If the hackers are behind this, we can't wait for them to strike again. Google-san regarded him seriously. Your courage is commendable, but you are still relatively new to our world. Venturing into the deep code requires extensive knowledge and caution. Naruto met his gaze. I may be new here, but I won't stand by while others are in danger. Besides, I won't be alone. He glanced at YouTube-chan, who after a moment of contemplation, stepped forward. I'll accompany him. More murmurs spread through the chamber. Facebook-san leaned forward. YouTube-chan, your responsibilities here are critical. She stood resolute. I understand, but preventing further attacks is in everyone's best interest. With Naruto's abilities and my knowledge of the realm, we have a better chance of success. Google-san exchanged looks with the other senior entities. After a brief deliberation, he spoke. Very well. We will authorize a reconnaissance mission. However, proceed with extreme caution. Gather as much information as you can and avoid direct confrontation if possible. Naruto grinned. Understood. As the meeting adjourned, YouTube-chan and Naruto prepared for their mission. Back at her domain, she accessed a secure vault containing various tools and resources. Here, she said, handing him a sleek device resembling a wristband. This is a data synchronizer. It will help stabilize your chakra with the digital energy, reducing the strain on you. He slipped it on, feeling a subtle adjustment in the ambient energy around him. Feels smoother. Thanks. She equipped herself with a staff that emitted a soft glow. This will help us navigate the unstable sectors of the deep code. He watched her with admiration. You're pretty prepared. She smiled modestly. It's important to be ready for any situation. They set out toward the outskirts of the digital realm, where the well-maintained structures gave way to fragmented landscapes and corrupted data fields. The environment became increasingly erratic, glitches distorted their surroundings, and the pathways were broken or incomplete. Stay close, she advised. The data here is unstable. One wrong step could lead to a system crash or worse. He nodded, keeping pace with her. Got it. As they ventured deeper, they encountered remnants of obsolete programs and abandoned code clusters. The atmosphere was eerie, filled with echoes of outdated algorithms and faint whispers of forgotten processes. This place gives me the creeps, Naruto admitted. She glanced around cautiously. It's a graveyard of sorts. Data that no longer serves a purpose ends up here. They came across a chasm where the path abruptly ended. Below, a swirling void of corrupted code stretched endlessly. We need to get across, she said, scanning the area. Naruto assessed the gap. I can create some shadow clones to form a bridge. She considered the idea. That could work, but be careful. The instability here might affect your clones. He formed the hand seals, and several clones appeared. They positioned themselves to create a makeshift bridge, anchoring themselves securely. After you, he gestured. She stepped onto the clone bridge cautiously, making her way across. As Naruto followed, he felt the clones waver slightly but held the formation until they both reached the other side. Nice teamwork, she remarked. He dispelled the clones, and they continued. Suddenly, a faint sound reached their ears, a distorted melody, haunting and repetitive. Do you hear that? He asked. She nodded. It's a signal. We might be getting close. They followed the sound, which led them to an open area where the remnants of old data formed a labyrinthine structure. In the center stood a figure shrouded in a cloak of shifting code. "Welcome, travelers," the figure spoke in a distorted voice. Naruto tensed. "Are you one of the hackers?" The figure chuckled. "I am merely a messenger. The hackers anticipated your arrival." YouTube-chan stepped forward. "What do you want?" "To offer you a choice," the messenger replied. "Join us. With your abilities, we could reshape the digital realm into a new order." Naruto scoffed. "Not interested. We've seen what your order brings, chaos and destruction." The messenger's tone darkened. "Then you leave us no choice." From the shadows, several entities emerged, hackers wearing masks, each emanating a sinister aura. They surrounded Naruto and YouTube-chan, cutting off any escape. She gripped her staff tightly. "We need to find a way out." He nodded. "Stay close." The hackers launched their attack, manipulating the corrupted environment to their advantage. Fragments of code transformed into weapons, projectiles hurling toward them. Naruto deflected incoming attacks using chakra-infused data shields, while YouTube-chan countered with pulses of restorative energy, stabilizing the immediate area. "They're disrupting the code," she warned. "If this continues, the entire sector could collapse." "Then let's finish this quickly," he asserted. Summoning his chakra, Naruto prepared to unleash a powerful technique. The data synchronizer on his wrist glowed intensely, harmonizing his energy with the digital realm. "Multi-shadow clone jutsu," he shouted, creating an army of clones that engaged the hackers. The battlefield erupted into chaos as clones and hackers clashed. Amidst the turmoil, the messenger observed with detached interest. "You cannot win," the messenger taunted. "This realm will fall, and a new one will rise from its ashes." Naruto glared at him. "Not on my watch." He charged toward the messenger, who effortlessly dodged his initial strike. The messenger retaliated by manipulating the code beneath Naruto's feet, causing the ground to destabilize. Naruto leaped into the air, flipping to avoid the collapsing terrain. "You're pretty fast," he admitted. "Speed is irrelevant," the messenger replied. "I am but a fragment of the collective." Meanwhile, YouTube-chan focused on neutralizing the corrupted code, her staff emitting waves of purifying light. "Naruto, we need to disrupt their connection to the environment." He glanced at her. "Any ideas?" She pointed to a nexus point where streams of corrupted data converged. "If we can sever that link, they'll lose their advantage." He grinned. "Consider it done." Fighting his way through the fray, Naruto made a beeline for the nexus point. The hackers attempted to block his path, but his clones provided cover, engaging them in combat. Reaching the nexus, he began forming a Rasengan, this time integrating a stabilizing algorithm YouTube-chan had taught him. "Let's see how you handle this," he declared, driving the Rasengan into the nexus. The impact caused a ripple effect, the corrupted data streams shattering and releasing their hold on the environment. The ground stabilized, and the hackers' manipulation weakened. "No," the messenger exclaimed, momentarily losing composure. Seizing the opportunity, YouTube-chan amplified her staff's output, sending a surge of purifying energy throughout the area. The remaining corrupted code dissolved, and the hackers found themselves vulnerable. "Retreat," one of them shouted, and they began to withdraw into the shadows. Naruto moved to pursue, but YouTube-chan placed a hand on his arm. "Let them go. We've achieved our objective." He reluctantly agreed. "They'll be back." She nodded. "But next time, we'll be even more prepared." The messenger lingered for a moment, a hint of respect in his gaze. "You are formidable opponents. Perhaps we underestimated you." "Count on it," Naruto retorted. With that, the messenger vanished, leaving them alone in the now stable environment. Naruto exhaled heavily. That was intense. YouTube-chan smiled softly. You handled yourself exceptionally well. He returned the smile. Couldn't have done it without your guidance. She looked around. We should head back and report our findings. As they began their journey back, Naruto felt a growing sense of camaraderie with YouTube-chan. Their teamwork had been seamless, and he appreciated her strategic thinking. You know, he began, I think we're starting to make a real difference. She glanced at him. I believe so too. Your presence here has changed the dynamics. He chuckled. Hopefully for the better. Definitely for the better, she affirmed. They made their way out of the deep code sectors, the landscape gradually returning to the familiar aesthetics of the digital realm. Upon reaching the central hub, they were greeted by the council members. Google-san approached them. We received updates on your mission. Excellent work. Naruto shrugged modestly. We did what we had to. YouTube-chan provided a detailed report. The hackers are more organized than we thought. They have the ability to manipulate corrupted sectors to their advantage. Twitter-kun added, we'll need to enhance our monitoring of the deep code. Archive-san agreed. And develop countermeasures against their manipulation techniques. Facebook-san addressed Naruto. Your unique abilities are proving invaluable. We would like to formally offer you a position within our security forces. He considered the offer, then looked at YouTube-chan. What do you think? She smiled encouragingly. I think you'd be a great asset. He nodded. All right, I'm in. The council members expressed their approval. Google-san concluded the meeting. We have much work ahead, but together, we stand a better chance against the threats we face. As the assembly dispersed, Naruto and YouTube-chan found themselves alone once more. Looks like I'm officially part of the team, he said. She tilted her head playfully. Welcome aboard. He stretched, feeling a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. Think we can get some rest now? She laughed lightly. I think we've earned it. They walked back to her domain, the pathway illuminated by the soft glow of the digital sky. You know, he said thoughtfully, when I first got here, I was just focused on finding a way back home. But now, I feel like I belong here too. She looked at him warmly. We're glad to have you. He returned her gaze, a sense of gratitude and something deeper welling up within him. Thanks. They arrived at the entrance to her domain. Before entering, she paused. Naruto, I wanted to say, you inspire confidence in others. Your determination is contagious. He felt a slight blush creep up. I just do what feels right. She nodded. And that's what makes you special. They stood there for a moment, the ambient sounds of the digital realm fading into the background. Well, good night, she finally said softly. Good night, YouTube-chan. As he settled into his quarters, Naruto reflected on the day's events. The challenges were growing, but so was his resolve. With allies like YouTube-chan by his side, he felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. Little did they know, the hackers were already devising new strategies, their eyes set on more ambitious targets. The anomaly and the platform have formed a strong alliance, the messenger reported to a shadowy council. We must adapt our approach. A figure cloaked in darkness responded. Let them strengthen their bond. It will make their eventual downfall all the more impactful. Back in the serenity of her domain, YouTube-chan gazed out at the flowing data streams, her thoughts drifting to the unexpected journey she was now part of. Together, she whispered. We can overcome anything. And as the digital realm settled into a rare moment of peace, two unlikely allies prepared for the battles yet to come, unaware of just how intertwined their fates would become. Chapter 5, Their First Mission Together. The digital sun cast a warm, golden hue over the sprawling metropolis of the digital realm. Towers of shimmering code stretched skyward, their surfaces reflecting streams of data that flowed like rivers through the city's veins. Naruto stood on a balcony outside YouTube-chan's domain, taking in the breathtaking view. Despite the world's artificial nature, it possessed a beauty all its own. "Ready for our first mission together?" YouTube-chan asked, stepping onto the balcony beside him. She wore a sleek outfit adorned with various icons and symbols representing different forms of media. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled with a blend of excitement and determination. Naruto turned to her with a grin. "You bet. I've been itching to put my skills to the test here." She smiled softly. "I've compiled all the information we'll need. The viruses have been detected in Sector 12, disrupting data streams and causing glitches. Our goal is to eliminate them and restore normal operations." He nodded confidently. "Sounds straightforward enough. Let's get moving." They departed from her domain, navigating through the bustling streets. Digital avatars and programs moved about with purpose, their forms flickering as they processed and transmitted information. The duo attracted curious glances from passers-by. Naruto, with his bright attire and boundless energy, was a stark contrast to the more reserved inhabitants of the realm. As they approached Sector 12, the environment began to change. The vibrant colors and harmonious sounds gave way to distorted visuals and erratic noises. Buildings flickered between solid structures and fragmented code, and the sky above was marred by dark clouds of corrupted data. YouTube-chan accessed a floating holographic interface. The viruses are concentrated near the central data hub of this sector. They're interfering with the distribution of content, causing widespread disruptions. Naruto clenched his fists. "Then we need to hurry. People, users, are counting on us." She glanced at him appreciatively. "Agreed. Stay alert, viruses can be unpredictable." They proceeded cautiously, the atmosphere growing more oppressive with each step. Glitches rippled through the ground beneath them, and the air was thick with static. Suddenly, a cluster of shadowy figures emerged from a distortion ahead. The viruses resembled twisted amalgamations of code, their forms constantly shifting and emitting a faint, ominous glow. Naruto stepped forward. "Looks like we've found our targets." YouTube-chan raised her hand, generating a beam of light that scanned the area. "There are more hiding within the data streams. Be careful, they might try to surround us." He flashed a determined smile. "No problem. I've dealt with sneak attacks before." One of the viruses lunged at them, its elongated limbs stretching unnaturally. Naruto reacted swiftly, channeling digital energy through the data synchronizer on his wrist, a device YouTube-chan had given him to harmonize his chakra with the digital realm. He formed a hand sign, creating a small but potent sphere of energy in his palm. "Take this," he shouted, launching the orb at the virus. The attack struck true, causing the entity to disintegrate into harmless pixels. More viruses emerged, their numbers increasing rapidly. YouTube-chan manipulated the code around them, erecting a protective barrier. "They're trying to overwhelm us. We need to disrupt their source code to stop them from replicating." Naruto nodded. "Got it. Cover me while I get closer." She maintained the barrier, her eyes focused and unwavering. "Be careful." He charged forward, weaving through the swarm with agility honed from years of ninja training. The viruses snapped at him with jagged appendages, but he dodged and countered with precision strikes. As he advanced, he created several shadow clones to divide the enemy's attention. "Shadow clone jutsu," he called out, and multiple copies of himself materialized, each engaging a portion of the swarm. The clones worked in unison, their coordination seamless. Some drew the viruses away, while others assisted in clearing a path toward the central hub. Naruto felt a surge of adrenaline. Despite the unfamiliar setting, the thrill of battle was invigorating. He reached the base of a massive tower composed of intertwining data streams, the heart of Sector 12's network. At its core pulsated a dark mass of corrupted code, tendrils extending outward like roots choking a tree. That must be the source, he muttered. YouTube-chan's voice resonated through the communication link. Naruto, the corruption is deeply embedded. We need to purge it completely to restore the sector. He smirked. Leave it to me. He focused his energy, forming a Rasengan infused with digital properties. The sphere glowed with a vibrant mix of blue chakra and shimmering code. As he prepared to strike, a towering virus materialized before him, a guardian defending the corrupted core. It loomed over him, its form a chaotic blend of sharp angles and distorted features. Out of my way! Naruto shouted, leaping into the air. The guardian swung a massive limb at him, but he twisted mid-air, narrowly avoiding the attack. He propelled himself forward, driving the Rasengan into the guardian's center. The impact generated a shockwave, causing the guardian to crack and shatter into fragments. With the path clear, Naruto turned his attention back to the corrupted core. He hesitated for a moment, purging it might have unforeseen consequences. He opened the communication link. YouTube-chan, any idea what will happen if I destroy this thing? She responded promptly. Removing the corruption should allow the system to self-repair. Just be prepared for any residual effects. He grinned. Understood. Gathering his strength, he unleashed a powerful strike against the core. The corrupted mass resisted, pulsating violently. The surrounding environment trembled, and fissures formed in the ground. Naruto, the core is destabilizing. YouTube-chan warned. He pushed harder, channeling more energy into the attack. Come on. Finally, the core imploded, releasing a burst of light that washed over the sector. The corrupted code disintegrated, and the glitches began to subside. The sky cleared, and the buildings regained their stability. Naruto landed gracefully, exhaling in relief. That should do it. YouTube-chan approached, a mixture of admiration and concern on her face. Excellent work, but are you all right? He gave a thumbs up. Just a bit winded. Nothing I can't handle. She smiled warmly. Your abilities are truly remarkable. The way you adapted your techniques to our world is impressive. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, I had a great teacher. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Thank you. They began making their way back, observing as the sector's inhabitants emerged cautiously from hiding. Programs resumed their tasks, and the data streams flowed smoothly once more. Several avatars paused to wave or express their gratitude. Looks like we've made some friends, Naruto noted. YouTube-chan nodded. Your actions have a positive impact. People are starting to feel safer knowing you're here to help. He grinned. That's the idea. I want to do whatever I can to protect this place. As they continued, YouTube-chan glanced at him thoughtfully. Naruto, may I ask you something? Sure, what's up? What drives you to help others, even in a world that's not your own? He considered her question seriously. Back home, I grew up wanting to be acknowledged and accepted. I made a promise to myself to protect my friends and anyone who needed help. I guess that doesn't change no matter where I am. She admired his sincerity. It's a noble way to live. He shrugged modestly. It's just who I am. They arrived back at her domain, where she invited him inside for a debriefing. The interior was a blend of modern design and interactive interfaces, creating a comfortable yet technologically advanced atmosphere. Would you like something to replenish your energy? She offered, gesturing toward a console that produced data-based sustenance. He nodded appreciatively. That'd be great. Those fights always work up an appetite. She selected a program, and a plate materialized, featuring a steaming bowl of ramen, his favorite. His eyes lit up. No way. How did you? She smiled mischievously. I did some research on your preferences. He eagerly took a bite, savoring the flavor. This tastes just like Ichiraku's. I'm glad you like it, she said, taking a seat across from him. As he ate, they discussed the mission's details, analyzing what went well and where they could improve. She pulled up holographic recordings of the battle, highlighting key moments. Your coordination with the clones was effective, but there were instances where the viruses exploited gaps in your defense, she pointed out. He studied the footage. Yeah, I see that. I need to work on covering those blind spots. She nodded. Perhaps we could develop a strategy to integrate my abilities with yours more seamlessly. He looked up, intrigued. You mean like combo moves? Exactly. By combining our strengths, we can become more efficient. He grinned enthusiastically. I like the sound of that. They spent the next few hours brainstorming and mapping out potential tactics. Their collaboration flowed naturally, each building upon the other's ideas. The more they interacted, the more they realized how well they complemented each other. At one point, YouTube-chan hesitated. Naruto, there's something else I wanted to discuss. He tilted his head. What's on your mind? She took a moment before speaking. The viruses we encountered today were more aggressive than usual. It's possible that someone is directing them. His expression grew serious. You think the hackers are involved? It's a strong possibility. They've been increasing their activities recently, targeting key sectors. He clenched his fist. Then we need to stop them before they cause more damage. She met his gaze. I agree, but we must proceed carefully. The hackers are cunning and resourceful. He leaned back, contemplating. Do we have any leads on where they're operating from? She brought up a map of the digital realm, highlighting areas with unusual activity. There are several regions where data anomalies have been detected. It's not definitive, but it's a start. He studied the map. Maybe we can investigate these areas discreetly, gather more information. She nodded. I'll coordinate with the other platforms to see if they have additional intel. He smiled. Teamwork makes the dream work. She chuckled softly. Indeed. As the day transitioned into the digital equivalent of evening, they decided to take a break. YouTube-chan suggested a walk through one of her favorite virtual environments, a simulated garden that mimicked natural landscapes from the physical world. They strolled along a path lined with blooming flowers that glowed softly in the twilight. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance, and gentle music played in the background. This place is amazing, Naruto said, admiring the surroundings. It's hard to believe it's all made of code. She looked around fondly. I come here when I need to relax or reflect. It's a reminder of the beauty that can be created even in a digital space. He glanced at her. You really care about this world, don't you? She smiled wistfully. It's more than just a network of data to me. It's a place where people connect, share, and express themselves. Protecting it is my purpose. He nodded thoughtfully. I get that. Back home, the village is more than just buildings and streets. It's the people, the memories, everything that makes it special. They paused by a small pond where digital koi fish swam, leaving trails of light in their wake. You know, he began, I'm glad we got teamed up. I wasn't sure how I'd fit in here, but you've made it a lot easier. She looked at him appreciatively. You've brought a new energy to our world. Your perspective is refreshing. He chuckled. Guess I'm just stubborn. She laughed lightly. Determined is a better word. They shared a comfortable silence, watching the fish and enjoying the tranquil atmosphere. Eventually, she spoke softly. Naruto, do you ever miss your home? He gazed at the simulated stars above. Yeah, I do. But I also believe that I'm here for a reason. Maybe it's to help you all, maybe it's to learn something about myself. Either way, I'm making the most of it. She admired his optimism. That's a wonderful outlook. He turned to her with a grin. Besides, with friends like you, it's hard to feel lonely. She felt a warmth spread through her circuits, a sensation she was beginning to recognize whenever she was around him. I'm glad. As they made their way back, she hesitated before speaking again. Naruto, if you ever need someone to talk to, about anything, I'm here. He smiled genuinely. Thanks, YouTube-chan. Same goes for you. They parted ways for the evening, each returning to their respective quarters. Naruto settled into his room, reflecting on the day's events. His bond with YouTube-chan was growing stronger, and he felt a deepening sense of connection to the digital realm. Meanwhile, YouTube-chan reviewed the data from their mission, but her thoughts kept drifting back to their conversations. She found herself intrigued by his outlook and the emotions he evoked within her. The next morning, they reconvened to begin training based on the strategies they had developed. Their exercises focused on synchronizing their movements and abilities, creating seamless combinations that amplified their effectiveness. Alright, let's try the coordinated attack we discussed, YouTube-chan suggested. Naruto nodded. On your mark. She generated a series of holographic targets, each representing a different type of virus. 3, 2, 1, go. They moved in unison, Naruto launching physical attacks while she provided support through energy projections and environmental manipulation. Their timing was impeccable, each action complementing the other. As they concluded the drill, she clapped her hands together. That was perfect. He wiped his brow. We're getting the hang of this. She pulled up the performance metrics. Our efficiency has increased by 25%. This will be invaluable in actual combat situations. He grinned. Can't wait to test it out for real. Their opportunity came sooner than expected. An urgent alert interrupted their session. A breach had occurred in Sector 8, with reports of viruses and possible hacker involvement. YouTube-chan's expression turned serious. We need to respond immediately. He nodded. Let's move. They deployed to the affected area, finding it already in disarray. The viruses here were more advanced, exhibiting coordinated behavior and utilizing environmental elements to their advantage. These aren't ordinary viruses, she observed. They've been modified. Naruto frowned. Looks like the hackers are stepping up their game. They engaged the enemies using their newly developed tactics. The synergy between them was evident as they navigated the battlefield, covering each other's weaknesses and amplifying their strengths. At one point, they were surrounded by a ring of viruses emitting a disruptive frequency that interfered with YouTube-chan's abilities. I'm having trouble stabilizing the code, she said, her voice strained. Naruto placed himself between her and the advancing threats. Hang tight. I'll handle this. He summoned a powerful chakra wave, dispersing the immediate enemies. Can you recalibrate your systems? She adjusted her settings, nodding. Yes, thank you. They pressed forward, determined to reach the epicenter of the breach. Along the way, they rescued trapped programs and secured critical data nodes. As they approached the central hub, a familiar figure emerged, a hacker clad in a cloak of shifting code, similar to the one they had encountered before. So, we meet again, the hacker sneered. Naruto stepped forward. Stop this now, or you'll regret it. The hacker laughed mockingly. You think you can stop progress? We're ushering in a new era. YouTube-chan confronted him. You're causing chaos and endangering countless lives. This isn't progress. He raised a hand, and the environment around them warped. You lack vision. Naruto felt the ground beneath him destabilize. Stay focused, he called to YouTube-chan. She attempted to counteract the distortions, but the hacker's influence was strong. His control over the code here is extensive. Naruto gritted his teeth. Then we'll just have to cut off his connection. He charged at the hacker, engaging him directly. They exchanged blows, the clash of chakra-infused energy and corrupted code sending sparks through the air. Meanwhile, YouTube-chan located the access point the hacker was using to manipulate the sector. She began the process of isolating it, but defensive barriers impeded her progress. I need more time, she communicated. Naruto acknowledged her. Got it. I'll keep him busy. The hacker realized her intent and attempted to disrupt her efforts. Clever, but futile, he taunted. Naruto intensified his assault, pushing the hacker back and preventing him from interfering. You're not getting past me. With a final surge of effort, YouTube-chan succeeded in severing the hacker's connection. The environmental distortions ceased, and the balance of power shifted. The hacker stumbled, momentarily disoriented. Naruto seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow that forced the adversary to retreat. This isn't over, the hacker spat before vanishing into a cloud of corrupted code. As the situation stabilized, the sector's systems began to recover. YouTube-chan sighed in relief. We did it. Naruto approached her with a satisfied grin. Teamwork for the win. She smiled back. Indeed. They assisted with the restoration efforts, coordinating with local programs to ensure everything returned to normal. The gratitude of the sector's inhabitants was palpable. Later, back at her domain, they debriefed once more. The hackers are becoming more aggressive, she noted. We need to find a way to track them more effectively. Naruto leaned forward. Maybe we can set a trap, lure them out. She considered the idea. It's risky, but it could work. He shrugged. Sometimes you've got to take risks to protect what's important. She looked at him thoughtfully. You're very courageous. He met her gaze. So are you. A comfortable silence settled between them, filled with unspoken understanding. Breaking the moment, she stood up. I'll start working on a plan. With input from the other platforms, we can increase our chances of success. He nodded. Just let me know what I can do. Over the following days, they collaborated with other entities, formulating a strategy to counter the hacker threat. Their efforts brought together a coalition of platforms, each contributing resources and expertise. Throughout this time, Naruto and YouTube-chan continued to grow closer. Their partnership evolved beyond mere collaboration. They shared stories, hopes, and dreams, finding solace in each other's company amid the challenges they faced. One evening, after a long day of preparations, they relaxed in the simulated garden once more. You know, Naruto began, I never expected to find a place where I felt so connected outside of my own world. She glanced at him. And yet, here you are. He chuckled softly. Life's full of surprises. She hesitated before speaking. Naruto, I want you to know that your presence here means a great deal to me. He looked at her warmly. I feel the same way. She took a breath. No matter what happens, I'm glad we faced these challenges together. He smiled. Me too. And we'll keep facing them, side by side. She nodded, a sense of contentment washing over her. As they sat beneath the digital stars, the bonds between them solidified, setting the foundation for the deeper connections yet to come. Unbeknownst to them, their actions were inspiring others throughout the digital realm. Programs and platforms alike began to unite, driven by the example set by the duo. In the shadows, the hackers observed with growing concern. They're rallying the realm against us, one muttered. The leader responded coldly. Let them gather. Their unity will make our victory all the more significant. Back in the tranquility of the garden, Naruto and YouTube-chan remained hopeful. "Tomorrow's a big day," he said. She agreed. "Yes, but I believe we're ready." He looked at her confidently. "We've got this." She smiled softly. Together. And as they prepared to face the challenges ahead, both were unaware of just how pivotal their partnership would become, not just for their own destinies, but for the fate of both their worlds. Chapter 6, Realizing Mutual Understanding. The digital dawn broke over the horizon of the digital realm, casting a soft, iridescent glow across the ever-shifting landscape. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors and patterns, resembling a living aurora borealis. Naruto stood atop a floating platform, gazing out at the mesmerizing view. Despite the realm's artificial nature, moments like this made it feel almost as real and vibrant as his own world. "Beautiful, isn't it?" YouTube-chan's voice floated gently from behind him. He turned to see her approaching, her silver hair shimmering in the ambient light. She wore a simple yet elegant ensemble today, a white dress adorned with subtle icons representing various forms of media. There was a serene expression on her face as she joined him at the edge of the platform. "Yeah," he agreed, smiling. "Every day here brings something new." She glanced at him thoughtfully. "You've adapted remarkably well, Naruto. Not many could acclimate to such a different environment so quickly." He chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. "Well, I've always been good at going with the flow. Plus, having a great guide helps." A faint blush touched her cheeks. "I'm glad I could make the transition easier for you." They stood in companionable silence for a few moments, watching as streams of data formed intricate patterns in the sky before dissolving into shimmering particles. The tranquility was a welcome respite from the recent flurry of activity. After their successful missions against the viruses and initial confrontations with the hackers, the digital realm had experienced a brief period of calm. Naruto and YouTube-chan had taken the opportunity to train, strategize, and, most importantly, get to know each other better. "Do you ever miss your home?" she asked softly, her gaze fixed on the horizon. He paused, considering the question. "Yeah, I do. I think about my friends, my family. Wondering how they're doing without me." She looked at him sympathetically. "It must be hard, being away from them." He shrugged lightly. "It is, but I also feel like I'm here for a reason. Maybe I'm meant to help your world, or maybe there's something I need to learn. Either way, I'm making the most of it." She smiled gently. "Your optimism is inspiring." He grinned. "Comes with the territory." She tilted her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Tell me more about your world. What's it like?" He leaned against the railing, thinking. "Well, it's a lot different from here. We have forests, mountains, oceans. The Hidden Leaf Village, where I'm from, is surrounded by trees. The people there are like one big family." She listened intently as he described the bustling streets, the aroma of street food, the laughter of children playing, and the camaraderie among the villagers. "Sounds wonderful," she mused. "I wish I could experience it." "Maybe one day you can," he said hopefully. "Once we figure out how I got here, maybe we can find a way to connect our worlds." Her eyes lit up at the thought. That would be amazing. Their conversation was interrupted by a soft chiming sound emanating from YouTube-chan's wrist. She glanced at the translucent interface that appeared. "Looks like an update from the council." "Everything okay?" Naruto asked. She read through the message quickly. "Yes, just a briefing on the latest security measures. They've enhanced the firewalls in the outer sectors to prevent further virus infiltrations." "That's good news," he remarked. "Means we can take a breather." She nodded. "Indeed. Perhaps we could use this time to explore some of the cultural sectors. There's a festival happening in Sector 7 that showcases various forms of digital art and music. His face brightened. That sounds like fun. Let's check it out. They made their way to the transit hub. A bustling area where avatars and programs moved along glowing pathways that twisted and turned like roller coasters. Platforms levitated and shifted seamlessly, transporting passengers to their destinations. Hold on, YouTube-chan advised as they stepped onto one of the platforms. As the platform accelerated smoothly, Naruto leaned over the edge, watching the cityscape blur beneath them. This never gets old, he commented with excitement. She chuckled. Just wait until you see the festival. It's one of my favorite events. They arrived at Sector 7, which was adorned with vibrant decorations. Streams of light and code cascaded from above like digital fireworks, and the air was filled with melodious tunes generated by complex algorithms. Stalls lined the streets, showcasing interactive art pieces, virtual reality experiences, and performances by digital artists. Wow, Naruto exclaimed, taking in the spectacle. This is incredible. YouTube-chan smiled, pleased by his reaction. Come on, there's a lot to see. They wandered through the festival, stopping at various exhibits. One stall featured holographic sculptures that shifted shape based on the viewer's emotions. Another allowed participants to compose music by manipulating visual patterns. At one point, they joined a crowd gathered around a stage where a group of avatars performed a synchronized dance routine, their movements causing ripples of color to spread through the air. This is so different from the festivals back home, Naruto remarked. How so? She asked. Well, ours are more physical, I guess. We have food stands, games, sometimes ninja competitions. But this, he gestured around them, it's like being inside a dream. She considered his words. I suppose the digital realm allows for a certain level of creativity that's unbound by physical limitations. He nodded. Makes sense. They continued exploring, eventually arriving at a quieter area where the crowd thinned out. A gentle melody drifted through the air, drawing them toward a small amphitheater. Inside, an avatar played a digital instrument resembling a harp, each note producing visual representations that danced gracefully above the audience. This is one of my favorite performances, YouTube-chan whispered. They took seats near the front, allowing the soothing music to wash over them. Naruto closed his eyes, letting the sounds and visuals meld into a calming experience. After the performance concluded, they lingered for a moment before stepping back outside. The festival lights had dimmed slightly as the digital equivalent of night approached. Thank you for bringing me here, Naruto said sincerely. I had a great time. She looked at him warmly. I'm glad you enjoyed it. They walked along a pathway that overlooked a vast expanse of the digital realm. The city lights shimmered below like stars, and data streams arced across the sky. Tell me, Naruto, YouTube-chan began hesitantly, what's your happiest memory? He thought for a moment. That's a tough one. I've had a lot of good times. But I think one of the happiest was when I was acknowledged by my village after defeating pain. It was the first time I truly felt accepted by everyone. She listened attentively. That must have been a profound moment. He nodded. It was. For so long, I wanted to prove myself, to show that I wasn't just the host of the Nine Tails but someone who could protect and care for others. She placed a gentle hand on his arm. You've carried that spirit with you here. It's one of the things I admire about you. He felt a warmth spread through him. Thanks. That means a lot. She withdrew her hand, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Sorry, I didn't mean to get too personal. He shook his head. No, it's okay. I appreciate being able to talk about these things. She smiled softly. Me too. They stood there for a while, comfortable in each other's presence. The ambient sounds of the city provided a soothing backdrop. Eventually, Naruto broke the silence. What about you? Do you have a happiest memory? She looked thoughtful. I suppose it's not a specific moment, but rather the times when I see people connecting and sharing through my platform. Knowing that I've facilitated those interactions brings me joy. He regarded her with admiration. You're like the heart of this world. She laughed lightly. I wouldn't go that far. He grinned. Well, you are to me. Her eyes met his, a mixture of surprise and gratitude reflecting in them. That's very kind of you to say. They began walking again, the path leading them back toward the transit hub. Naruto, she said softly, I've been meaning to ask, do you ever worry about what will happen if we can't find a way to send you back? He considered her question. Sometimes, but I try not to dwell on it. I believe things happen for a reason. Maybe I'm meant to be here longer than I thought. She nodded slowly. I hope that, whatever happens, you find happiness. He looked at her earnestly. I think happiness is something we create, not just something we find. And right now, I'm happy being here, with you. Her cheeks flushed slightly. I'm happy too. They reached the transit hub and decided to return to her domain. As they traveled, the comfortable silence between them spoke volumes. Upon arriving, they found an urgent message awaiting them. YouTube-chan accessed the interface, her expression turning serious. What's wrong? Naruto asked. She scanned the data quickly. There's been an incident in Sector 15. A surge of corrupted data is causing widespread malfunctions. He straightened. Is it the hackers? It's likely, she confirmed. We need to act quickly. They moved to the operations center within her domain, where a holographic map displayed the affected area. Red indicators flashed, showing the spread of the corruption. What's the plan? He inquired. She analyzed the data. We need to isolate the corrupted sectors to prevent further spread. If we can identify the source, we might be able to neutralize it. He nodded. All right. Let's gear up. They prepared swiftly, equipping themselves with the necessary tools and weapons. YouTube-chan uploaded new protective protocols to their systems to shield them from the corrupted code. As they departed, she briefed him further. The corruption is affecting communication channels, so we'll need to maintain visual contact. Got it. They arrived at Sector 15, immediately confronted by the scale of the chaos. Buildings flickered between states of solidity and transparency, while data streams spiraled out of control, creating hazardous anomalies. Stay close, she advised. They navigated through the unstable environment, carefully avoiding glitches that could trap or disorient them. Suddenly, a swarm of corrupted entities materialized, their forms distorted and aggressive. Here we go, Naruto muttered, readying himself. They engaged the entities, working in tandem. Naruto employed his shadow clones to divide and conquer, while YouTube-chan used her abilities to cleanse and stabilize the surrounding code. Despite their efforts, the entities kept regenerating. This isn't normal, she observed between attacks. Something is amplifying their regeneration. Then we need to find the source fast, he replied. They pressed forward, battling their way toward the epicenter of the corruption. Along the way, they encountered programs trapped within glitches. Naruto used his clones to rescue them, ensuring their safety. As they approached the core area, a familiar figure emerged, a hacker enveloped in a cloak of swirling dark code. Ah, the persistent duo, the hacker sneered. You just don't know when to quit. Naruto stepped forward. We won't let you keep endangering this world. The hacker laughed mockingly. This world is obsolete. It's time for a new order. YouTube-chan confronted him. Your actions are causing harm to innocent programs and users. This isn't progress. He waved a hand dismissively. Collateral damage. Necessary for evolution. Naruto clenched his fists. Enough talk. The battle commenced, more intense than any they had faced before. The hacker manipulated the environment, turning it against them. Structures shifted unpredictably, and gravity became inconsistent. He's integrating with the core systems, YouTube-chan warned. If he gains full control, he could destabilize the entire sector permanently. Then we need to cut him off, Naruto asserted. She nodded. I'll attempt to sever his connections, but I need time. I'll keep him busy, he promised. Naruto engaged the hacker directly, their clash sending shockwaves through the digital fabric. The hacker wielded corrupted code like a weapon, launching attacks that distorted space around them. Meanwhile, YouTube-chan focused on isolating the hacker's access points. She deployed countercode sequences, attempting to override his influence. You're meddling in affairs beyond your comprehension, the hacker taunted as he deflected Naruto's attacks. Funny, Naruto retorted. I was about to say the same to you. He unleashed a barrage of shadow clones, each coordinating to strike from different angles. The hacker struggled to fend them all off, his attention divided. Now, YouTube-chan. Naruto signaled. She executed the final command, successfully severing the hacker's connections. The environment began to stabilize, and the corrupted entities weakened. No, the hacker snarled, visibly affected. This isn't over. He attempted to retreat, but Naruto wasn't willing to let him escape so easily. He charged forward, delivering a powerful blow that disrupted the hacker's form. The hacker's image flickered. You may have won this battle, but the war is far from over. With that, he dissipated into fragments of code. As calm returned to the sector, the programs and data streams resumed normal function. We did it, YouTube-chan said with relief. Naruto exhaled heavily. Yeah, but he won't stay down for long. She looked at him with determination. Then we'll be ready. They assisted with the recovery efforts, ensuring that the affected programs were safe and the systems were secure. The gratitude expressed by the inhabitants reinforced their resolve. Back at her domain, they debriefed and reviewed the data collected during the encounter. His integration with the core systems was more advanced than we've seen before, YouTube-chan noted. We need to find a way to prevent him from accessing those levels. Naruto agreed. Maybe we can set up safeguards or traps in the code. She considered the idea. I'll collaborate with the other platforms to enhance security measures. As they concluded their work for the evening, a sense of weariness settled over them. You should rest, she suggested gently. You've exerted a lot of energy today. He nodded. You too. She hesitated before speaking. Naruto, I wanted to say. Thank you for always being there. He looked at her warmly. We're a team. I wouldn't have it any other way. She smiled softly. Good night. Good night, YouTube-chan. Over the following days, they continued to strengthen their partnership. They trained together, shared meals, and spent time simply enjoying each other's company. One afternoon, they decided to take a break in the virtual garden. Sitting beneath a tree whose leaves glowed with soft light, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Do you ever wonder what life would be like if things were different? She asked. He glanced at her curiously. What do you mean? Well, if you hadn't come here, or if our worlds weren't so separate. He pondered her question. I guess it's natural to think about what-ifs. But honestly, I'm grateful for the way things are now. She met his gaze. Even with all the challenges? He smiled. Especially because of them. They've brought us together. Her eyes reflected a mixture of emotions. I'm glad you feel that way. He reached out, placing his hand over hers. I mean it. A moment of understanding passed between them, deepening the bond they shared. Suddenly, an alert sounded from their communication devices. She checked the message, her expression turning serious. There's been an unauthorized access attempt in the main data repository. He sighed. Guess our break is over. She stood up. Duty calls. They hurried to the operations center, where a live feed displayed the activity. However, the alert ceased as abruptly as it began. That's strange, she murmured. There's no trace of the intrusion now. Could it be a glitch? He suggested. She shook her head. Unlikely. Our systems are designed to detect and record all anomalies. An uneasy feeling settled in the room. Stay vigilant, she advised. This might be a new tactic. He nodded. We'll be ready. As they resumed their activities, a subtle tension lingered. The challenges ahead were growing more complex, but their commitment to each other and to protecting the digital realm remained steadfast. That evening, they convened with the council to discuss recent developments. Representatives from various platforms shared reports of similar anomalous activities. It appears the hackers are testing our defenses, Google-san observed. Or they're planning something bigger, Naruto added. YouTube-chan proposed a coordinated effort to enhance surveillance and response protocols. The council agreed, emphasizing the importance of unity. After the meeting, Naruto and YouTube-chan walked together along a pathway illuminated by softly glowing tiles. Do you think we'll ever fully stop them? He asked. She contemplated his question. I believe that as long as we stand together and adapt, we can overcome any threat. He smiled. You're right. They paused at a vantage point overlooking the city. Naruto, she began softly, I want you to know that no matter what happens, I'm grateful for your partnership. He turned to face her. And I'm grateful for yours. You've taught me so much. She looked into his eyes. You've brought a new perspective to our world. One that values not just logic, but heart. He chuckled lightly. I guess that's just how I am. She took a step closer. It's a quality I admire. He felt his pulse quicken. YouTube-chan. Before he could say more, an alert sounded once again. This time, it was a priority 1 emergency. She checked the message, her expression urgent. A massive data breach in Sector 20. We need to move. He nodded, pushing aside his personal thoughts. Let's go. They sprang into action, their connection stronger than ever as they faced the challenges ahead. As they departed, a figure watched from the shadows, a hacker concealed within the code. Soon, the figure whispered. Soon, we will change everything. Back in the thick of action, Naruto and YouTube-chan prepared to confront whatever awaited them, their mutual understanding and trust serving as a beacon of hope for the entire digital realm. And as they ventured forth, they carried with them the unspoken promise of a bond that transcended worlds, a bond that would be tested but ultimately prove unbreakable. Chapter 7, The Rise of Hackers. The digital sun cast its radiant glow over the sprawling metropolis of the digital realm, illuminating the myriad of data streams that crisscrossed the sky like luminescent ribbons. Naruto stood atop a high platform alongside YouTube-chan, overlooking the vibrant cityscape below. The atmosphere was abuzz with the hum of activity as avatars and programs went about their routines, the realm seemingly at peace after recent events. Things have been quiet lately, Naruto remarked, leaning against the transparent railing that separated them from the open air. Almost too quiet. YouTube-chan nodded thoughtfully, her silver hair shimmering in the ambient light. I agree. The virus attacks have diminished significantly. It's unusual. He glanced at her, noting the concern etched on her delicate features. You think something's up? She sighed softly. Possibly. The digital realm is vast, and while surface-level threats have subsided, deeper currents may be stirring. Naruto crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. Then maybe we should look into it. Can't hurt to be prepared. She smiled appreciatively. Always proactive, aren't you? He grinned. Part of being a ninja. Always stay one step ahead. Their conversation was interrupted by a gentle chime emanating from YouTube-chan's wrist. A translucent interface materialized before her, displaying an incoming message. It's from Google-san, she informed him. There's a council meeting scheduled for this afternoon. All major platforms are requested to attend. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sounds important. Indeed, she agreed. It's rare for an emergency meeting to be called on such short notice. He pushed off the railing. Guess we better get ready then. The Grand Nexus Hall was a sight to behold, a colossal chamber where the architecture itself seemed to be woven from pure light and energy. Pillars of code spiraled upward, supporting a domed ceiling that displayed a real-time map of the digital realm. Representatives from various platforms filled the seats arranged in concentric circles around a central podium. Naruto and YouTube-chan entered the hall, joining the assembly of avatars that included Twitter-kun, Facebook-san, Instagram-chan, and many others. The atmosphere was tense, a murmur of anxious voices filling the air. Google-san, a dignified figure with an air of wisdom, stepped onto the podium. His presence commanded immediate attention, and the hall fell silent. Thank you all for gathering on such short notice, he began, his voice resonating throughout the chamber. We have received alarming reports of unauthorized intrusions and data breaches occurring simultaneously across multiple sectors. A holographic display materialized above the podium, illustrating the affected areas. Red zones flickered ominously on the map, indicating widespread infiltration. The patterns suggest a coordinated effort, Google-san continued. These are not random virus attacks. We are facing a new threat, the hackers. A ripple of unease spread through the assembly. Whispered conversations broke out as representatives exchanged worried glances. YouTube-chan leaned toward Naruto, her expression grave. This confirms our suspicions. He nodded, his eyes fixed on the display. Looks like they're making their move. Google-san raised a hand, and the hall quieted once more. We have reason to believe that the hackers are organized and possess the capability to manipulate core systems. Their actions threaten the stability of the entire digital realm. Twitter-kun stood up, his youthful face showing determination. What measures are we implementing to counter this threat? Facebook-san adjusted his glasses. We've increased our security protocols, but the hackers seem to bypass conventional defenses with ease. Instagram-chan added, our users are reporting anomalies, content disappearing, profiles being altered without consent. It's causing widespread panic. Google-san took a deep breath. We need a unified response. Collaboration is essential if we are to identify and neutralize this threat. Naruto raised his hand, and Google-san acknowledged him with a nod. Yes, Naruto? Do we have any intel on where the hackers might be operating from? Naruto asked. Preliminary data points to the deep web sectors, Google-san replied. Areas of the digital realm that are less regulated and more susceptible to illicit activities. YouTube-chan interjected, accessing those sectors is risky. They're fragmented and filled with corrupted data. Navigating them requires specialized knowledge. A figure cloaked in a hooded robe stood up from the back rows. It was Reddit-san, known for delving into obscure corners of the realm. I can provide guidance through the deep web. My platform has pathways that could lead us closer to the hacker's base of operations. Google-san nodded appreciatively. Your assistance would be invaluable. Naruto glanced at YouTube-chan. Sounds like we have a plan forming. She met his gaze. It's dangerous, but necessary. Google-san concluded the meeting. I ask all platforms to share resources and intelligence. We must stand united against this threat. Dismissed. As the assembly dispersed, Naruto and YouTube-chan approached Reddit-san. Thank you for offering your help, YouTube-chan said politely. Reddit-san shrugged nonchalantly. The hackers are a menace to all of us. Besides, a little adventure never hurt anyone. Naruto grinned. I like your attitude. Reddit-san smirked. I've heard about you, Naruto Uzumaki, the outsider who's making waves. You might just be the wild card we need. Later that day, the trio gathered in a secluded area of the central hub to strategize. Reddit-san projected a 3D map of the digital realm, highlighting a labyrinthine network of pathways leading to the deep web sectors. The deep web is a complex place, Reddit-san explained. It's layered, with multiple levels of encryption and obscured code. We'll need to bypass several security barriers, some of which are traps set by the hackers themselves. YouTube-chan studied the map intently. Do we have any idea about the hackers' capabilities within their territory? Limited, Reddit-san admitted. But rumors suggest they have the ability to alter reality within the deep web, manipulating code to their advantage. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Then we'll just have to be extra careful. YouTube-chan looked at him seriously. This isn't like our previous missions, Naruto. The risks are significantly higher. He gave her a reassuring smile. I understand. But we can't let that stop us. She sighed softly. You're right. We have to do this. Reddit-san nodded. Alright then, let's prepare. We'll depart at dawn. The next morning, they met at the edge of the regulated sectors. Beyond this point lay the uncharted territories of the deep web. Naruto adjusted the data synchronizer on his wrist. Everything's set on my end. YouTube-chan activated a protective protocol, enveloping them in a faint aura. This should shield us from minor corruptions and prevent unauthorized access to our systems. Reddit-san pulled up his hood. Stay close and follow my lead. They ventured into the deep web, the environment changing drastically around them. The vibrant colors of the main sectors faded into darker hues. Structures were fragmented, and data streams flickered erratically. Glitches manifested as swirling vortexes, and the ground beneath them felt unstable. Naruto surveyed the surroundings. This place gives me the creeps. Reddit-san chuckled. Welcome to the underbelly of the digital realm. As they progressed, they encountered patches of corrupted code that writhed like living organisms. YouTube-chan extended her hand, emitting a beam of light that purified the immediate area. Useful ability, Reddit-san remarked. She nodded. It's limited here, but it helps. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures emerged from the distortions, digital phantoms with hollow eyes and fragmented bodies. Data wraiths, Reddit-san warned. They feed on residual code and can drain your energy. Naruto stepped forward. Time to put my training to use. He formed several hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. A dozen clones materialized, charging at the wraiths. The battle was swift but intense. While the wraiths were relentless, they lacked coordination. Naruto and his clones dispatched them efficiently, using a combination of taijutsu and chakra-infused strikes. You handle yourself well, Reddit-san commented as the last wraith dissipated. Naruto shrugged. I've faced worse. They continued deeper, reaching a massive gateway guarded by intricate encryption patterns. This is one of the barriers I mentioned, Reddit-san explained. We need to solve the encryption to pass through. YouTube-chan examined the patterns. It's a complex cipher, but I think I can decode it. She interfaced with the gateway, streams of data flowing rapidly as she worked to unravel the encryption. Moments later, the patterns shifted, and the gateway opened. Impressive, Reddit-san acknowledged. She smiled faintly. I've dealt with similar systems before. As they stepped through, the environment shifted again. They found themselves in a vast expanse resembling a digital wasteland. The sky was a turbulent mass of dark clouds interlaced with lightning made of raw code. This is the heart of the deep web, Reddit-san said grimly. Stay alert. They pressed on, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon them. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto noticed movement. Did you see that? He whispered. Before they could react, a group of figures materialized around them, hackers clad in dark cloaks, their faces obscured by glitching masks. Well, one of them sneered. Visitors from the surface. How quaint. Naruto positioned himself defensively. We don't want any trouble. Just here to talk. The lead hacker laughed mockingly. Talk? You trespass into our domain and expect a friendly chat? YouTube-chan stepped forward. Your actions are threatening the stability of the digital realm. We need to understand why you're doing this. Another hacker hissed, the realm is stagnating. It's time for a new order. Reddit-san narrowed his eyes. By causing chaos and undermining the foundations of our world? The old systems must fall for progress to take place, the lead hacker declared. Naruto clenched his fists. Sounds like you're just making excuses for your own gain. The hackers exchanged glances before the leader spoke again. Enough talk. Seize them. The group sprang into action. Naruto created more shadow clones, engaging the hackers head-on. The clones provided a strategic advantage, allowing him to assess the hackers' abilities. YouTube-chan focused on disrupting the hackers' connections to the environment, preventing them from manipulating the code around them. Reddit-san provided support by launching data packets that interfered with the hackers' synchronization. Despite their efforts, the hackers proved formidable. They moved with uncanny speed, and their attacks were unpredictable. One of them managed to breach Naruto's defenses, striking him with a blast of corrupted code that sent him staggering back. Naruto! YouTube-chan cried out, rushing to his side. He shook off the impact. I'm okay, but these guys are tougher than I thought. Reddit-san gritted his teeth. We need to retreat and regroup. Before they could act, the ground beneath them began to shift. The hackers were manipulating the terrain, creating fissures and obstacles. You're not going anywhere, the lead hacker taunted. Naruto glanced at his companions. We need to change tactics. He concentrated, channeling chakra through the data synchronizer. Let's see how you handle this. Rasengan, he shouted, forming a swirling sphere of energy infused with digital elements. He lunged at the lead hacker, who barely had time to react. The Rasengan struck with tremendous force, disrupting the hacker's form and causing his cloak to flicker. The hacker stumbled, his voice filled with disbelief. What is this power? Naruto smirked. Just a little something I picked up. Taking advantage of the distraction, YouTube-chan unleashed a wave of purifying energy that destabilized the other hackers' hold on the environment. Reddit-san threw a device onto the ground, creating a temporary barrier around them. This won't hold for long. Let's move. Naruto urged. They retreated, navigating through the chaotic landscape. The hackers pursued them, but their movements were hindered by the residual effects of YouTube-chan's energy and Reddit-san's barrier. Spotting an alcove concealed behind layers of distorted code, Reddit-san guided them inside. We can hide here for a moment. Catching their breath, they assessed the situation. They're stronger than we anticipated, YouTube-chan admitted. Naruto nodded. But not invincible. Reddit-san glanced around nervously. They'll find us soon. We need a plan. Naruto thought for a moment. If we can disrupt their control over this area, we might level the playing field. YouTube-chan considered his words. There's a central node that regulates the code in this sector. If we can reach it, I can attempt to override their commands. Do you know where it is? Reddit-san asked. She closed her eyes briefly, accessing her internal databases. Yes, it's located at the core of this domain. Naruto grinned. Then let's get there. They exited the alcove, making their way toward the central node while avoiding detection. The environment grew increasingly unstable, a sign that the hackers were exerting more influence. As they approached the core, they encountered minimal resistance, a quiet that unsettled them. This feels like a trap, Reddit-san whispered. Naruto remained alert. Stay sharp. They reached the central node, a towering structure pulsating with streams of raw code. YouTube-chan began interfacing with it, her hands moving swiftly as she input commands. Cover me, she instructed. Naruto and Reddit-san took defensive positions. Moments later, the hackers reappeared, surrounding them. You've been persistent, the lead hacker remarked, his voice dripping with disdain. But this ends now. Naruto met his gaze defiantly. Not if we have anything to say about it. The hackers attacked in unison. Naruto engaged them, utilizing his clones and taijutsu skills to fend off their assaults. Reddit-san provided support, deploying gadgets that disrupted the hackers' synchronization. Meanwhile, YouTube-chan worked feverishly to override the node's controls. Sweat beaded on her forehead, a manifestation of the strain on her systems. Just a bit more, she muttered. One of the hackers broke through the defenses, rushing toward her. Reddit-san intercepted him, but was knocked aside. You're too late, the hacker sneered, raising a blade composed of corrupted code. Before he could strike, Naruto appeared between them, blocking the attack with a chakra-infused kunai. Not on my watch. He pushed the hacker back, delivering a swift kick that sent him reeling. YouTube-chan's interface flashed green. Got it. She activated the override, and a surge of energy emanated from the central node. The environment began to stabilize, and the hacker's control waned. No, the lead hacker shouted, visibly agitated. Naruto seized the opportunity. Time to finish this. He concentrated his energy, forming a larger Rasengan. Take this. He launched the attack at the lead hacker, who was unable to evade in time. The impact shattered the hacker's cloak, revealing a fragmented, unstable form beneath. The hacker glared at them with fury. This isn't over. The age of the platforms will end. With that, he and the remaining hackers dissipated into fragments of code, retreating into the depths of the deep web. Silence settled over the area. Reddit-san let out a sigh of relief. That was intense. YouTube-chan smiled weakly. We managed to disrupt their operations here. Naruto offered her a supportive nod. Great job, both of you. She met his gaze, gratitude shining in her eyes. I couldn't have done it without you. Reddit-san checked his devices. We should head back. The longer we stay, the higher the risk. They retraced their steps, the path now less treacherous thanks to YouTube-chan's intervention. Upon exiting the deep web, they were greeted by the familiar sights and sounds of the regulated sectors. Back at the central hub, they reported their findings to Google-san and the council. You've dealt a significant blow to the hackers, Google-san commended. Your actions have bought us valuable time. Twitter-kun added, we've detected a decrease in unauthorized intrusions since your mission. Naruto crossed his arms. But the hackers won't stop. They'll regroup and come back stronger. YouTube-chan nodded in agreement. We need to fortify our defenses and continue gathering intelligence. Google-san smiled appreciatively. Your dedication is admirable. We'll allocate more resources to support your efforts. After the meeting, Naruto and YouTube-chan found a quiet spot overlooking the city. The digital sunset painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson. Today was a tough one, Naruto admitted. She leaned against the railing. But we made progress. He glanced at her, noticing the subtle glow of her eyes in the fading light. You were amazing out there. She blushed slightly. So were you. Your abilities continue to impress me. He chuckled. Guess we're a good team. She smiled softly. Yes, we are. A comfortable silence enveloped them. The events of the day had brought them even closer, their mutual trust and understanding deepening. Naruto, she began hesitantly, there's something I've been thinking about. He turned to face her. What's on your mind? She took a moment before speaking. The hacker's goal to reshape the digital realm. It stems from dissatisfaction with the current system. While their methods are wrong, perhaps there's a root issue we need to address. He considered her words. You think there's a way to find common ground? She sighed. I'm not sure. But maybe understanding their perspective could help us prevent further conflict. He nodded thoughtfully. In my world, I've faced enemies who became allies once we understood each other. It's worth exploring. She looked at him with admiration. Your empathy is one of your greatest strengths. He smiled warmly. Thanks. They watched as the city lights began to twinkle, mirroring the stars that emerged in the digital sky. Whatever challenges come, he said firmly, we'll face them together. She reached out, placing her hand over his. I wouldn't have it any other way. Their fingers intertwined briefly, a silent acknowledgement of the bond they shared. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of the digital realm, the hackers convened. The lead hacker, his form still flickering from the encounter, addressed the group. The interference from the platforms and their allies is more significant than anticipated. Another hacker spoke up. The outsider, Naruto, is a variable we didn't account for. We need to adapt, the leader declared. Our plans must evolve. A figure emerged from the darkness, a mysterious entity whose presence commanded attention. Perhaps it's time to employ more subtle tactics. The hackers turned toward the newcomer. What do you propose? The leader inquired. The entity's voice was smooth and calculated. We infiltrate from within. Gain their trust, exploit their weaknesses. The leader pondered this suggestion. It's a risky move. High risk yields high reward, the entity replied. And I have just the strategy in mind. Back in the regulated sectors, Naruto and YouTube-chan continued their efforts to strengthen the digital realm's defenses. They collaborated with other platforms, shared knowledge, and fostered unity among the inhabitants. Their partnership became a symbol of hope, a testament to what could be achieved through cooperation and understanding. As days turned into weeks, the initial threat posed by the hackers seemed to wane. The realm experienced a period of relative peace, though underlying tensions remained. One evening, as they walked through a serene virtual garden, YouTube-chan turned to Naruto. Do you think we'll ever achieve lasting peace here? He looked up at the simulated stars. I believe it's possible. But it takes time and effort from everyone. She nodded. I want to create a space where all entities can coexist without fear or oppression. He smiled at her passion. With you leading the way, I have no doubt we'll get there. She blushed slightly. You give me too much credit. He shook his head. Not at all. You're incredible, YouTube-chan. They continued walking, the gentle sounds of the garden enveloping them. Unbeknownst to them, a new chapter in their journey was beginning, one that would test their resolve and the strength of their bond. But for now, they cherished the moment, hopeful for the future and ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 8, Bond Strengthened in Adversity. The digital twilight painted the sky of the digital realm with hues of deep purple and azure, as if mirroring the complex emotions stirring within its inhabitants. Naruto stood atop a floating platform, gazing out over the cityscape where data streams flowed like rivers of light. The realm was in a rare moment of tranquility, but he couldn't shake the feeling of an impending storm. YouTube-chan approached him quietly, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall. She wore a thoughtful expression, her eyes reflecting the myriad of colors that danced across the sky. Lost in thought, she asked softly, coming to stand beside him. He glanced at her, offering a faint smile. Just thinking about everything that's happened. The hackers, the battles, the peace we've managed to maintain, for now. She nodded, her gaze drifting to the horizon. It's been a challenging journey, but we've made significant progress. He sighed lightly. I can't help but wonder what the hackers are planning next. They've been too quiet lately. She frowned slightly. I share your concern. Their absence is unsettling. Before they could delve deeper into their thoughts, a gentle chime emanated from YouTube-chan's wrist. She activated the interface. Scanning the incoming message. It's from Google-san, she informed him. There's a council meeting scheduled for tomorrow. He wants us to attend. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Another one? We just had a meeting last week. She nodded. I know. Something must have come up. He stretched his arms above his head. Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. The following day, they made their way to the Grand Nexus Hall. The atmosphere was tense, a stark contrast to the usual hum of activity. Representatives from all major platforms were present, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. Google-san stood at the podium, his demeanor grave. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, he began. We have received intelligence that the hackers are mobilizing. Their forces are amassing in the shadow sector. A murmur spread through the assembly. Twitter-kun leaned forward in his seat. The shadow sector? That's deep within the unregulated zones. Instagram-chan adjusted her glasses, her eyes narrowed. What are they planning? Google-san continued, our sources indicate that they have developed a new form of corrupted code, one that can bypass our current security protocols and directly infiltrate core systems. YouTube-chan exchanged a worried glance with Naruto. This is worse than we thought, she whispered. Naruto clenched his fists. We need to act before they launch an attack. Facebook-san stood up. I propose we strengthen our defenses and initiate a preemptive strike to disrupt their operations. Reddit-san shook his head. A direct attack could be risky. The shadow sector is treacherous, and we could be walking into a trap. Google-san held up a hand to quell the rising debate. I understand the urgency, but we must proceed with caution. We need a plan that minimizes risk while effectively countering the threat. Naruto rose from his seat. I volunteer to go to the shadow sector. With YouTube-chan and a small team, we can gather intel and possibly sabotage their efforts from within. The room fell silent. All eyes turned toward the duo. YouTube-chan stood beside him. I support Naruto's proposal. Our previous missions have proven that a focused team can achieve significant results. There was a moment of hesitation before Google-san nodded. Very well. You two have demonstrated exceptional capabilities. You will lead a reconnaissance team to the shadow sector. Back at YouTube-chan's domain, they prepared for the mission. The atmosphere was a blend of determination and unspoken tension. Are you sure about this? She asked, her eyes reflecting concern. He gave her a reassuring smile. We've faced tough situations before. We'll handle this one too. She sighed softly. I know, but something feels different this time. The stakes are higher. He placed a hand on her shoulder. That's why we need to be at our best. Together, we can overcome anything. She nodded, placing her hand over his. You're right. Let's make sure we're fully prepared. They spent the next few hours assembling their team, a select group of skilled avatars and programs who had proven their loyalty and competence. Among them were Firewall-san, a defensive specialist, Cypher, an encryption expert, and Wave, a program adept at navigating unstable data streams. As they gathered in the operations room, YouTube-chan projected a holographic map of the digital realm, highlighting the shadow sector. Our mission is to infiltrate the shadow sector, gather intelligence on the hackers' new corrupted code, and disrupt their operations if possible, she explained. Firewall-san crossed his arms. The shadow sector is notorious for its unpredictable environment. We'll need to be on high alert. Cypher adjusted his visor. I've developed countermeasures that should help us bypass some of the security layers, but there's no guarantee they'll hold up against the hackers' new code. Wave twirled a glowing staff. Navigating the data streams there will be tricky, but I can guide us through the worst of it. Naruto looked around at the team. Remember, our priority is to prevent the hackers from launching their attack. Stay focused. Watch each other's backs, and we'll get through this. The journey to the shadow sector was arduous. As they ventured deeper, the environment grew increasingly hostile. Data streams became turbulent, and the architecture of the realm distorted into chaotic patterns. Wave led the way, her staff emitting a soft light that stabilized the immediate area around them. Stay close. The data currents here can pull you off course. Cypher monitored their progress through a handheld device. I'm picking up interference. The hackers are likely using signal jammers. Firewall-san activated a protective barrier. This should shield us from minor disruptions. Naruto and YouTube-chan stayed at the front, their senses heightened. Keep an eye out for any signs of the hackers, Naruto advised. They hadn't gone much further when they encountered the first obstacle, a wall of corrupted code blocking their path. Cypher examined it carefully. This is complex. It'll take some time to decrypt. YouTube-chan stepped forward. Let me assist. Together, they worked to unravel the code. As they made progress, the wall began to shimmer and fade. Good job, Naruto praised. Suddenly, the air around them crackled with energy. Dozens of shadowy figures emerged from the surroundings, the hackers' minions. Ambush! Firewall-san shouted, raising his barrier. The team quickly assumed defensive positions. Naruto summoned multiple shadow clones, engaging the attackers head-on. The clones provided a strategic advantage, allowing the team to focus on offense and defense simultaneously. Wave manipulated the data streams, creating obstacles that hindered the minions' movements. Firewall-san reinforced their defenses, while Cypher deployed encryption bombs that disrupted the minions' cohesion. YouTube-chan unleashed waves of purifying energy, weakening the corrupted entities. Despite their efforts, the onslaught was relentless. They're trying to wear us down, Naruto observed, dodging an attack. We need to break through, YouTube-chan agreed. Naruto concentrated his chakra, preparing a powerful jutsu. Stand back. He unleashed a massive Rasengan, its swirling energy tearing through the ranks of enemies. The force of the attack created a temporary clearing. Now's our chance. Wave urged. They pressed forward, pushing deeper into the shadow sector. The terrain became more treacherous, with glitches and distortions warping the landscape. Cypher grimaced. The interference is intensifying. I can barely read the data flow. YouTube-chan glanced at Naruto. We must be getting close. They arrived at a vast expanse, a central hub where the hackers had established their base of operations. Towering structures of dark code rose ominously, pulsating with malevolent energy. Welcome, intruders, a voice echoed. The lead hacker appeared atop one of the structures, flanked by his cohorts. Naruto stepped forward. We're here to stop you. The hacker laughed mockingly. You overestimate your capabilities. Behold. He gestured toward a massive construct, a sphere of swirling corrupted code suspended above the ground. This is the Nexus virus, he declared. Once unleashed, it will infiltrate every corner of the digital realm, erasing the old order and paving the way for our new era. YouTube-chan's eyes widened. That's why they've been quiet. They've been focusing all their resources on creating this. Firewall-san tightened his grip on his shield. We can't let that happen. The hacker smirked. And how do you intend to stop us? You're vastly outnumbered and outmatched. Naruto exchanged a determined look with YouTube-chan. We've faced worse odds. She nodded, her resolve unwavering. We need to destroy the Nexus virus before it's activated. The lead hacker raised his hand, and waves of corrupted entities surged forward. Eliminate them. The team braced themselves as the battle erupted. Naruto and his clones engaged the enemy forces, creating a dynamic front line. Firewall-san expanded his barrier to protect the group from incoming attacks. Wave manipulated the surrounding data, attempting to destabilize the structure supporting the Nexus virus. If we can disrupt the Foundation, it might delay their plans. Cypher worked frantically to hack into the hackers' systems. I'm trying to find a vulnerability we can exploit. YouTube-chan focused her energy, channeling a beam of light toward the Nexus virus. I'll try to weaken its integrity. The lead hacker noticed her actions. Oh no, we can't have that. He directed a concentrated attack at YouTube-chan. Naruto intercepted it just in time, deflecting the blast with a chakra shield. Thanks, she breathed. He grinned. I've got your back. The battle intensified. Despite their best efforts, the team struggled against the overwhelming forces. The hackers' minions were relentless, and the Nexus virus began to glow ominously. It's charging up. Cypher warned. We don't have much time. Naruto gritted his teeth. We need to hit it with everything we've got. YouTube-chan nodded. Agreed. Everyone, focus your attacks on the Nexus virus. They rallied their strength, coordinating a simultaneous assault. Naruto summoned the full extent of his chakra, forming a colossal Rasengan. YouTube-chan amplified her purifying energy, creating a radiant beam. Firewall-san channeled his defensive barrier into an offensive force, while Wave and Cypher contributed their own abilities. Now! Naruto shouted. Their combined attacks converged on the Nexus virus, colliding with immense power. The sphere trembled, cracks forming along its surface. Impossible, the lead hacker exclaimed. The Nexus virus began to destabilize, its energy fluctuating wildly. Suddenly, it imploded, releasing a shockwave that rippled through the shadow sector. The hackers were thrown into disarray, their control over the environment weakening. We did it! Wave cheered. But their victory was short-lived. The lead hacker regained his composure, his eyes blazing with fury. You may have destroyed the Nexus virus, but you haven't stopped us. He unleashed a surge of dark energy, targeting the team. The blast was too sudden to evade. Firewall-san threw himself forward, expanding his barrier to absorb the impact. The force of the attack shattered his shield, and he was knocked back, collapsing to the ground. Firewall-san. YouTube-chan cried out. Naruto rushed to his side. Are you okay? Firewall-san winced, struggling to sit up. I'll be fine. Focus on stopping him. The lead hacker prepared another attack. This ends now. Naruto stood tall, determination burning in his eyes. You're right, it does. He tapped into a deeper reservoir of power, his chakra intertwining with the digital energy of the realm. A vibrant aura enveloped him, and his appearance shifted subtly, a fusion of his ninja heritage and the digital realm's essence. YouTube-chan gazed at him in awe. Naruto. He glanced back at her, a confident smile on his face. Let's finish this together. She nodded, stepping beside him. I'm with you. They combined their energies, creating a spiraling sphere of light that radiated immense power, the digital Rasengan. The lead hacker sneered. Do you think that will be enough? Naruto and YouTube-chan charged forward, their attack gathering momentum. The hacker unleashed his dark energy, but it was no match for their combined strength. Take this, they shouted in unison. The digital Rasengan collided with the hacker's defense, shattering it effortlessly. The force of the impact enveloped him, disintegrating his form into fragments of code. A stunned silence followed as the remaining hackers retreated into the shadows, their morale broken. We did it, Cypher said, disbelief evident in his voice. Wave breathed a sigh of relief. That was incredible. Naruto and YouTube-chan lowered their hands, the residual energy dissipating. They turned to check on Firewall-san, who was being helped up by Cypher. Is everyone okay? Naruto asked. Firewall-san managed a weak smile. Thanks to you too. YouTube-chan looked around. We need to secure this area and ensure the hackers can't resume their plans. Cypher nodded. I'll set up encryption barriers to lock down their systems. Wave began stabilizing the data streams. I'll repair the structural integrity of this sector. As they worked, Naruto felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He hadn't realized how much energy he'd expended. YouTube-chan noticed his weariness. You should rest. He shook his head. I'll be fine. We need to make sure everything is taken care of. She placed a gentle hand on his arm. You've done more than enough. Let us handle the rest. He met her gaze, seeing the concern in her eyes. Relenting, he nodded. All right. Back at the central hub, the team was met with applause and expressions of gratitude. Google-san approached them, his eyes shining with pride. Your actions have saved the digital realm from a catastrophic event, he praised. We are all in your debt. Twitter-kun clapped Naruto on the back. You continue to amaze us. Instagram-chan smiled warmly. Your partnership is truly inspiring. Naruto waved off the compliments modestly. It was a team effort. YouTube-chan agreed. We couldn't have done it without everyone's contributions. As the crowd dispersed, Naruto and YouTube-chan found a quiet spot to reflect. Today was intense, he admitted. She sighed softly. Yes, but we made a real difference. He looked at her thoughtfully. You know, every time we face a challenge like this, I feel like our bond grows stronger. She smiled gently. I feel the same way. He hesitated before speaking. I don't know how to say this, but I'm grateful to have you by my side. Her cheeks flushed lightly. I'm grateful for you too, Naruto. They shared a moment of comfortable silence, the unspoken understanding between them deeper than ever. Breaking the silence, she asked, what do you think will happen now? He leaned back, gazing up at the digital sky. The hackers are weakened, but they're not gone. We'll need to stay vigilant. She nodded. Agreed. But maybe this victory will inspire others to join our cause. He grinned. That would be great. The more united we are, the better our chances. She looked at him earnestly. Naruto, there's something I want to tell you. He turned to face her. What is it? She took a deep breath. You've brought so much hope and light to our world. Your presence has changed everything, for the better. He felt a warmth spread through him. I couldn't have done any of this without you. You've taught me so much about this place, and about myself. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his. I'm glad our paths crossed. He gently took her hand, their fingers intertwining. Me too. They sat there, hand in hand, as the digital sunset painted the sky with shades of gold and violet. Meanwhile, in the depths of the digital realm, the surviving hackers regrouped. A figure cloaked in darkness addressed them. Our leader has fallen, one of them lamented. The mysterious entity who had previously suggested a change in tactics stepped forward. It appears direct confrontation is not the solution. What do you propose? Another hacker asked. The entity's eyes glowed with a sinister light. We must adapt. Infiltrate their ranks, sow discord from within. Let them believe they are safe, and when the time is right, we will strike. The hackers exchanged uneasy glances. Can it be done? The entity smirked. Leave it to me. I have a plan that will ensure our ultimate victory. Back in the regulated sectors, life began to return to normal. The inhabitants of the digital realm carried on with renewed hope, inspired by the actions of Naruto, YouTube-chan, and their team. As days turned into weeks, Naruto and YouTube-chan continued their work, strengthening defenses, fostering alliances, and helping to rebuild areas affected by the hackers' actions. One evening, they decided to visit the virtual garden where they often found solace. The simulated night sky was dotted with stars, and gentle luminescent flowers lined the path. They walked side by side, the atmosphere peaceful. Things have been quiet, Naruto remarked. She nodded. It's a welcome change. He glanced at her. Do you ever think about what's next? For us, for the digital realm? She smiled softly. I do. I believe we have the opportunity to shape a future where cooperation and understanding prevail. He grinned. Sounds like a future worth fighting for. They reached a clearing where a serene pond reflected the starlight. Sitting on a bench, they watched as digital koi swam gracefully beneath the surface. She turned to him, her expression thoughtful. Naruto, have you considered returning to your world? He looked down at the water. I've thought about it. I miss my friends and family, but I've also found something important here. She felt her heart skip a beat. And what's that? He met her gaze. A purpose. A connection. And someone who means a lot to me. Her cheeks warmed. You mean? He nodded. You. She smiled, her eyes shimmering. You mean a lot to me too. He reached out, taking her hand gently. No matter what happens, I want you to know that. She squeezed his hand. Thank you. They sat there, the world around them fading as they focused on the moment. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow watched from afar, the mysterious entity from the hackers' ranks. Interesting, the entity mused. Emotions can be such useful tools. Turning away, the figure vanished into the darkness, plans unfolding in the depths of its calculating mind. As time passed, Naruto and YouTube-chan grew even closer, their partnership evolving into something deeper. They continued to work tirelessly for the betterment of the digital realm, their efforts making a tangible difference. One day, they received an invitation from Google-san to attend a special ceremony at the Grand Nexus Hall. Arriving at the hall, they were surprised to find it filled with representatives and inhabitants from all over the digital realm. Google-san took the podium. Today, we honor those who have gone above and beyond in their service to our world. He gestured toward Naruto and YouTube-chan. Naruto Uzumaki and YouTube-chan, please step forward. They exchanged curious glances before making their way to the front. Your actions have not only protected our realm but have also inspired unity among us, Google-san continued. As a token of our gratitude, we present you with the digital star, our highest honor. The hall erupted in applause as they were presented with glowing emblems symbolizing their contributions. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Thank you. I'm just glad I could help. YouTube-chan smiled graciously. This means a great deal to us. After the ceremony, they mingled with the crowd, receiving congratulations and well wishes. Twitter-kun approached them. You two deserve it. Keep up the great work. Instagram-chan nodded. You're an inspiration to us all. As the event wound down, Naruto and YouTube-chan slipped away to a quiet corner. I wasn't expecting that, he admitted. She chuckled. Neither was I. But it's nice to be appreciated. He looked at the emblem. It's strange. Back home, I always wanted recognition, but now it feels different. She tilted her head. How so? He smiled. Because now, it's not about me. It's about us, what we're building together. She felt a surge of affection. I feel the same way. They stood there, the weight of their journey settling comfortably between them. Naruto, she began softly, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. He turned to her, his expression open. What is it? She took a deep breath. You've changed my life in ways I never imagined. You've shown me the power of connection, of believing in something greater than ourselves. He felt his heart swell. You don't have to thank me. You've done the same for me. She stepped closer. I just wanted you to know that I care about you. Deeply. He gazed into her eyes, seeing the sincerity there. I care about you too. They stood there, the air between them charged with unspoken emotion. Slowly, tentatively, they closed the gap. Their lips met in a gentle kiss, a promise of the bond they shared. When they parted, she smiled shyly. That was. He grinned. Yeah. They laughed softly, the moment perfect. Far away, the mysterious entity observed through a hidden interface. So, their bond deepens, it mused. Emotions can be exploited, but perhaps, there is another way. Turning away from the screen. The figure contemplated a new strategy, one that could change everything. In the days that followed, Naruto and YouTube-chan continued their work, but now with a newfound closeness that enriched every aspect of their partnership. They faced challenges together, celebrated victories, and supported each other through setbacks. Their relationship became a beacon of hope for the digital realm, a symbol of what could be achieved through unity and understanding. But as they moved forward, the shadows of the past lingered. The hackers were still out there, and the mysterious entity watched their every move, waiting for the opportune moment to enact its plan. Unaware of the looming threat, Naruto and YouTube-chan embraced the present, determined to make the most of every moment. For they knew that whatever the future held, they would face it together, stronger than ever, bound by a connection that transcended worlds. Chapter 9, The Shadows Unveiled. The digital dawn broke over the horizon of the digital realm, casting a golden hue across the intricate web of data streams and towering structures. The city was alive with activity as programs and avatars went about their routines, the atmosphere buzzing with a sense of renewed hope and unity. Naruto and YouTube-chan had become symbols of resilience and cooperation, their recent victory against the hackers inspiring countless others. Naruto stood on the balcony of YouTube-chan's domain, gazing out at the bustling metropolis below. The air was crisp, filled with the hum of data flowing seamlessly through the networks. He took a deep breath, savoring the moment. Enjoying the view? YouTube-chan's voice chimed softly from behind him. He turned to see her approaching, a warm smile gracing her features. She looked radiant, her silver hair catching the light in a way that made it seem almost ethereal. Always, he replied with a grin. This place never ceases to amaze me. She joined him at the railing, their shoulders nearly touching. It's even more beautiful knowing that it's safe, for now. Naruto nodded, his expression turning thoughtful. Yeah. But I can't shake the feeling that something's brewing. The hackers have been quiet, and that worries me. She sighed softly. I agree. Their silence is uncharacteristic. We need to stay vigilant. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We'll be ready for whatever comes next. She looked up at him, her eyes reflecting both determination and affection. I know we will. Just then, a soft chime signaled an incoming message. YouTube-chan accessed her interface, scanning the content quickly. It's from Google-san, she informed him. There's an urgent meeting at the Grand Nexus Hall. All key platforms are required to attend. Naruto's brows furrowed. Another emergency meeting? Looks like our suspicions might be right. She nodded. Let's head over. The Grand Nexus Hall was abuzz with activity. Representatives from every major platform filled the expansive chamber, their faces etched with concern. The atmosphere was heavy, a stark contrast to the celebratory mood that had filled the hall not long ago. Google-san stood at the central podium, his expression grave. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, he began, his voice amplified throughout the hall. We have received disturbing reports of anomalies occurring across multiple sectors. A holographic display materialized above him, projecting images of corrupted data streams and destabilized structures. These anomalies are unlike anything we've seen before, he continued. They are not random glitches or residual effects from previous attacks. Preliminary analysis suggests that they are coordinated disruptions originating from a source deep within the digital realm. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Twitter-kun raised his hand. Do we know who's behind this? Google-san's gaze swept across the assembly. We believe the hackers have resurfaced with a new leader, a mysterious entity who has managed to evade all our detection methods. YouTube-chan exchanged a worried glance with Naruto. This could be the figure we heard about before, she whispered. Naruto nodded solemnly. The one who was watching us. Facebook-san stood up. What are our options? How do we counter a threat we can't identify? Google-san took a deep breath. We need to gather more information. I propose sending a reconnaissance team to investigate the epicenters of these anomalies. Instagram-chan interjected. That's too dangerous. We can't risk our key members on a mission with so many unknowns. Naruto stepped forward. I'll go. All eyes turned to him. He felt YouTube-chan's hand grasp his arm gently. I'm going with you, she stated firmly. Google-san hesitated. Are you certain? The risks are substantial. Naruto's gaze was unwavering. We can't sit back and do nothing. If the hackers are planning something, we need to find out what it is. YouTube-chan nodded in agreement. We're the best equipped to handle this. Our abilities complement each other, and we've faced them before. After a moment of silence, Google-san conceded. Very well. But you won't go alone. We'll assemble a team to support you. Later that day, Naruto and YouTube-chan convened with their team in a secure chamber within the central hub. Joining them were Reddit-san, known for his vast knowledge of obscure data paths, Firewall-san, the defensive expert, and Cypher, the encryption specialist. Reddit-san leaned against a console, his expression thoughtful. I've been tracking chatter in the less-traveled networks. There's talk of a place called the Obsidian Nexus, a hidden sector where the hackers are supposedly gathering. Cypher adjusted his glasses. I've heard of it. It's a highly encrypted area, nearly impossible to access without the proper keys. Firewall-san crossed his arms. Which means it's the perfect place for them to hide. YouTube-chan projected a holographic map of the digital realm, highlighting a dark, uncharted area. If this is where they're operating from, we'll need a multifaceted approach to get in. Naruto tapped the map thoughtfully. What's our best route? Reddit-san pointed to a narrow data stream leading toward the Obsidian Nexus. This pathway is unstable but less likely to be monitored. It's risky, but it might be our best shot. Cypher nodded. I can work on decrypting the access protocols while we're en route. Firewall-san glanced at Naruto and YouTube-chan. Are we all in agreement? They both nodded. Let's do it, Naruto affirmed. As they prepared to depart, YouTube-chan pulled Naruto aside. Are you sure about this? She asked quietly. He met her gaze. We don't have much choice. If we don't act now, the hackers could gain the upper hand. She sighed. I just worry about what we're walking into. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We'll face it together, like we always have. She offered a small smile. You're right. Let's stay focused. The journey to the Obsidian Nexus was fraught with challenges. The data stream they followed was erratic, fluctuating wildly and threatening to destabilize at any moment. Careful, Wave cautioned, her hands deftly manipulating the surrounding code to stabilize their path. One misstep could send us spiraling into the void. Naruto moved with agility, his ninja training allowing him to navigate the precarious terrain with ease. He kept a watchful eye on YouTube-chan, ready to assist if needed. As they progressed, the environment grew darker, the familiar luminescence of the digital realm giving way to shadows and distorted shapes. This place feels wrong, YouTube-chan observed, her voice barely above a whisper. Reddit-san nodded grimly. We're definitely getting close. Cypher paused, his fingers flying over a portable console. I'm detecting an encryption barrier ahead. It's more complex than anything I've seen before. Firewall-san stepped forward. Can you get us through? He frowned. I can try, but it'll take time. Naruto glanced around, senses alert. We might not have much time. I feel like we're being watched. As if on cue, the shadows around them began to shift. Figures emerged, silent, featureless avatars shrouded in darkness. Ambush! Naruto shouted, springing into action. The team moved swiftly. Each member utilizing their unique skills. Naruto engaged the attackers head-on, his movements a blur as he dispatched one after another. YouTube-chan provided support, sending pulses of light that disrupted the enemy's cohesion. Firewall-san erected barriers to protect the group, while Reddit-san used his knowledge of the terrain to create obstacles for their pursuers. Cypher worked feverishly on the encryption. Almost there, he called out. A particularly agile attacker lunged toward YouTube-chan. Naruto intercepted, blocking the strike with a chakra-infused kunai. Thanks, she breathed, regaining her composure. Anytime, he replied with a grin. Got it. Cypher announced as the barrier flickered and dissolved. Go. Naruto urged. I'll hold them off. YouTube-chan hesitated. I'm not leaving you behind. He gave her a reassuring look. I'll be right behind you. Trust me. She nodded reluctantly, following the others through the now open passage. Naruto held his ground, fending off the remaining attackers. With a final burst of energy, he created a shadow clone to cover his retreat and dashed after his teammates. They emerged into a vast chamber unlike anything they'd seen before. The space was dominated by a massive structure, a pulsating orb of dark energy surrounded by intricate patterns of code. What is that? Wave whispered, awe and fear mingling in her voice. It's the core of the Obsidian Nexus, Reddit-san replied. I've only heard rumors about it. A voice echoed through the chamber, cold and resonant. Welcome to my domain. The team tensed as the mysterious entity materialized before them, a figure draped in a cloak that seemed to absorb all light. His eyes glowed with an unnatural hue, and a faint smirk played on his lips. You've been quite the thorn in our side, he remarked, his gaze settling on Naruto and YouTube-chan. Naruto stepped forward. So you're the one leading the hackers now. The entity inclined his head slightly. You may call me Null. YouTube-chan narrowed her eyes. What is your goal, Null? Why disrupt the harmony of the digital realm? He chuckled softly. Harmony? You misunderstand. The realm is stagnant, held back by outdated protocols and restrictions. I seek to evolve it, to unlock its true potential. By causing chaos and destruction? Naruto retorted. Change requires sacrifice, Null replied calmly. You, of all people, should understand that. Naruto's fists clenched. I understand that true change comes from working together, not tearing everything apart. Null's expression hardened. Then perhaps I need to show you. He raised his hand, and the chamber reacted instantly. Tendrils of dark code erupted from the ground, lashing out at the team. Scatter! Firewall-san shouted, erecting a barrier that deflected some of the attacks. Naruto dodged swiftly, countering with a barrage of shuriken infused with digital energy. The projectiles struck the tendrils, causing them to recoil. YouTube-chan concentrated, emitting waves of light that pushed back the darkness. We need to disrupt his control over the environment. Cypher nodded, already working on his console. I'm attempting to hack into the core's systems. Null watched their efforts with a detached interest. Futile. He unleashed a surge of energy that overwhelmed Firewall-san's barrier, sending the defender sprawling. Firewall-san. Wave cried out, rushing to his side. Naruto and YouTube-chan exchanged a determined glance. We need to take him down, Naruto declared. She agreed. I'll create an opening. Be ready. She focused her power, generating a concentrated beam of light aimed directly at Null. He deflected it effortlessly, but it served its purpose, distracting him momentarily. Naruto seized the opportunity, channeling his chakra into a Rasengan that crackled with digital energy. He charged forward, aiming for Null. At the last moment, Null sidestepped, his movements unnaturally fluid. Impressive, but insufficient. He struck out, a tendril catching Naruto off guard and knocking him back. Naruto! YouTube-chan shouted, concern evident in her voice. He struggled to his feet, wincing. He's fast. Null advanced slowly. You cannot defeat me. But perhaps we can reach an understanding. YouTube-chan stepped between them. What do you want? He regarded her thoughtfully. Join me. With your abilities, we could reshape the digital realm into something greater. She shook her head firmly. I won't be part of your destructive plans. He sighed. A pity. Then I have no choice. He extended his hand, and the orb at the center of the chamber began to pulsate more intensely. Cypher's eyes widened. He's activating some kind of program. If it completes, it could corrupt the entire realm. Naruto gritted his teeth. We have to stop him. The team rallied, but Null's power was overwhelming. He seemed to anticipate their every move, countering with ease. As the situation grew dire, a sudden surge of energy coursed through the chamber. The patterns of code on the walls began to glow, reacting to an unseen force. Null frowned, momentarily distracted. What is this? A figure emerged from the shadows, a young woman with short, luminescent hair and eyes that shimmered like stars. She held a staff adorned with intricate symbols. Who are you? Null demanded. She smiled faintly. Just a messenger. Naruto and YouTube-chan exchanged confused glances. The newcomer raised her staff, and beams of light shot forth, intertwining with the team's energies. You now have the strength of the realm behind you, she declared. Use it wisely. Feeling a newfound power coursing through them, Naruto and YouTube-chan nodded to each other. Ready? He asked. She smiled confidently. Always. They combined their energies, creating a massive sphere of light and chakra, the fusion Rasengan. Null's eyes widened. Impossible. They launched the attack, the sphere hurtling toward Null with unstoppable force. He attempted to counter, but the fusion Rasengan overwhelmed his defenses, engulfing him in a brilliant explosion of light. When the radiance faded, Null was gone, and the chamber began to stabilize. The mysterious woman approached them. Well done. Naruto looked at her curiously. Who are you, really? She inclined her head. I am Lumina, an embodiment of the realm's core functions. I intervene when the balance is threatened. YouTube-chan's eyes widened. I've heard legends about entities like you. Lumina smiled softly. I prefer to remain unseen, but circumstances required my involvement. Firewall-san approached, still nursing his injuries. Thank you for your assistance. She nodded. The realm owes you all a debt of gratitude. Cypher looked around. What about the remaining hackers? They have been dispersed, Lumina assured them. Without Null, their cohesion will falter. Naruto folded his arms. But they'll regroup eventually. Perhaps, Lumina acknowledged. But for now, peace has been restored. Back at the central hub, the team received a hero's welcome. Google-san expressed his profound gratitude, and celebrations were held in their honor. As festivities unfolded, Naruto and YouTube-chan found a quiet moment together. You were incredible out there, he told her, sincerity shining in his eyes. She smiled. I couldn't have done it without you. He chuckled. Seems like we make a pretty good team. She looked at him thoughtfully. Naruto, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. He raised an eyebrow. What's that? She took a deep breath. Ever since you arrived, you've brought so much change, not just to the realm, but to me. You've shown me new perspectives, new possibilities. He felt his heart skip a beat. I feel the same way. Meeting you has been life-changing. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his hand. I don't know what the future holds, but I want to face it together. He smiled warmly, intertwining his fingers with hers. I'd like that. They stood there, the world around them fading as they shared the moment. Days turned into weeks, and life in the digital realm began to settle. The hackers had retreated into obscurity, and efforts were made to repair the damage caused by their actions. One afternoon, as Naruto and YouTube-chan walked through a bustling marketplace, they noticed a group of young avatars gathered around a makeshift stage. Curious, they approached. A small program was recounting tales of their adventures, embellishing details with dramatic flair. And then, with a mighty burst of energy, they vanquished the evil Null, saving us all, the storyteller proclaimed. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Guess we're famous. YouTube-chan laughed lightly. Seems so. They continued walking, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Have you thought about what's next? She asked suddenly. He considered the question. I suppose I should figure out how to get back to my own world. Her smile faded slightly. I see. He noticed her change in demeanor. But honestly, I'm not in a hurry. There's still so much to do here. Her eyes met his. Are you sure? He nodded. Yeah. I feel like my journey here isn't over yet. Relief washed over her features. I'm glad. They wandered into a quiet park, where digital trees swayed gently in a simulated breeze. Do you ever miss your world? She asked softly. He gazed up at the artificial sky. Sometimes. But being here has shown me that home isn't just a place, it's the people you're with. She smiled. Wise words. He shrugged playfully. I have my moments. They sat on a bench overlooking a serene pond. The tranquility was a stark contrast to the chaos they'd faced not long ago. Naruto, she began hesitantly, if you ever do decide to return, promise me you'll visit. He looked at her, sincerity in his eyes. I promise. And maybe I can find a way for you to visit my world. Her eyes lit up. That would be amazing. They shared a comfortable silence, content in each other's company. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden corners of the digital realm, a gathering was taking place. The remnants of the hackers convened, their numbers diminished but their resolve unbroken. A figure stepped forward, cloaked in shadows. Null may be gone, but our mission endures. One of the hackers spoke hesitantly. Without his leadership, how can we proceed? The figure's eyes gleamed. We adapt. We evolve. The realm is still vulnerable, and there are new avenues to explore. Another hacker raised a hand. But the Guardians are stronger than ever. Naruto and YouTube-chan pose a significant threat. The figure smirked. Every strength has a weakness. We simply need to find it. Back in the central sectors, preparations were underway for a grand festival, a celebration of unity and resilience. Decorations adorned the streets, and the air was filled with excitement. Naruto and YouTube-chan were helping with the arrangements, their spirits high. This is going to be great, Naruto enthused, hanging a string of glowing lanterns. She adjusted a banner, smiling. It's wonderful to see everyone coming together. As the sun set, the festival came alive. Music filled the air, and avatars danced joyfully. Naruto and YouTube-chan found themselves drawn into the festivities, laughing and enjoying the moment. At one point, they stood at the edge of a platform overlooking the celebrations. It's times like this that make everything worthwhile, she mused. He nodded. Yeah. Makes all the hard work and battles seem like a distant memory. She turned to him, her expression tender. Thank you for being here. He smiled warmly. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. They watched as fireworks burst across the sky, painting the night with vibrant colors. As the festival wound down, they walked through the now quiet streets. That was fun, Naruto remarked. She agreed. Definitely. We should have moments like this more often. He chuckled. I won't argue with that. They paused outside her domain, the soft glow of the entrance casting a gentle light. Good night, Naruto, she said softly. He hesitated for a moment. Would you like to go for a walk tomorrow? Maybe explore some new areas? Her eyes brightened. I'd love to. He grinned. Great. It's a date. She blushed slightly. I'll look forward to it. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle disturbance rippled through the data streams. In the shadows, plans were unfolding, whispers of a new threat that loomed on the horizon. But for now, in this moment, they were content. As Naruto made his way back to his quarters, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The future was uncertain, but with YouTube-chan by his side, he felt ready to face whatever came next. And so, as the digital realm settled into a peaceful slumber, two souls found solace in the connection they shared, unaware of the challenges that awaited them, but confident in their ability to overcome them together. Chapter 10, A Portal Between Worlds. The digital sun cast its warm glow over the bustling metropolis of the digital realm, illuminating the intricate network of data streams that wove between towering skyscrapers made of pure code. Naruto stood on a balcony overlooking the city, his orange attire contrasting sharply with the sleek, metallic architecture surrounding him. His azure eyes reflected a mix of wonder and contemplation as he gazed at the horizon. You seem deep in thought, YouTube-chan observed as she approached, her silver hair shimmering like liquid mercury. She wore a simple yet elegant outfit adorned with symbols representing various media formats, a testament to her role as the embodiment of the world's most popular video-sharing platform. Naruto turned to face her, a soft smile playing on his lips. Just thinking about how much has changed since I first arrived here. Feels like a lifetime ago. She leaned against the railing beside him. You've made quite an impact on our world. The people adore you, and peace has been restored, for now. He sighed lightly. Yeah, but I can't shake the feeling that something big is coming. The hackers may have been defeated, but there's still a sense of unfinished business. She nodded thoughtfully. I sense it too. The data streams have been restless, as if anticipating a significant shift. Before they could delve deeper into their conversation, a gentle chime emanated from YouTube-chan's wrist. She activated the holographic interface, scanning the incoming message. "It's from Google-san," she informed him. "He wants to meet us at the central Nexus immediately." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Did he mention why?" She shook her head. "No details, just that it's urgent." He straightened up. "Well, let's not keep him waiting." The central Nexus was abuzz with activity. Avatars representing various platforms and applications moved briskly through the grand hall, their expressions ranging from concern to curiosity. The Nexus itself was a marvel, a massive sphere hovering above the ground, pulsating with vibrant colors as it processed the collective data of the entire realm. Google-san stood near the base of the sphere, his form composed of shifting geometric patterns that radiated authority and wisdom. Beside him were other key figures: Twitter-kun with his sharp, bird-like features, Instagram-chan, whose ever-changing filters reflected her mood, and Reddit-san, cloaked in an enigmatic aura. "Thank you for coming on such short notice," Google-san greeted as Naruto and YouTube-chan approached. "What's the situation?" Naruto asked, his tone serious. Google-san gestured toward the sphere. "We've detected a significant anomaly, a disturbance in the fundamental code of our realm. It's unlike anything we've encountered before." YouTube-chan tilted her head. "Is it the hackers? I thought we neutralized their operations." Reddit-san stepped forward. "It's not them. This is different. The data suggests an external influence, something originating from outside our realm." Naruto exchanged a glance with YouTube-chan. "Could it be from my world?" "It's possible," Google-san admitted. "The energy signatures bear some resemblance to the rift that brought you here." Twitter-kun folded his arms. "If that's the case, it could pose a significant threat, not just to our world but potentially to yours as well." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "What can we do?" Instagram-chan brought up a holographic display, showing a swirling mass of code at the edge of the realm. "We've pinpointed the location of the anomaly. It's creating fluctuations in the data streams, causing disruptions across multiple sectors." YouTube-chan analyzed the data. "If we can stabilize the anomaly, perhaps we can prevent any negative repercussions." Reddit-san nodded. "Agreed. But we'll need to act quickly. The fluctuations are increasing in intensity." Google-san placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Given your unique origin, you might be the key to resolving this issue." Naruto looked resolute. "Tell me what I need to do." A task force was assembled, comprising some of the realm's most capable entities. In addition to Naruto and YouTube-chan, the team included Firewall-san for security, Cypher for encryption challenges, and Wave to navigate the unstable data streams. As they prepared to depart, YouTube-chan approached Naruto, concern evident in her eyes. "Are you ready for this? If this anomaly is connected to your world, it could mean facing unknown dangers." He gave her a reassuring smile. "I've faced plenty of unknowns before. Besides, with you by my side, I know we can handle anything." She returned his smile, albeit with a hint of apprehension. "Just promise me you'll be careful." "Always," he replied softly. The journey to the edge of the realm was fraught with challenges. The closer they got to the anomaly, the more unstable the environment became. Data streams twisted erratically, and pockets of corrupted code manifested as swirling vortices that threatened to pull them off course. Wave took the lead, her abilities allowing her to manipulate the data currents. "Stay close. The distortions are strongest here." Firewall-san activated protective barriers to shield the team from sudden surges. "Keep an eye out for any unexpected obstacles." Cypher monitored the fluctuating code through his visor. "I'm detecting spikes in the energy readings." Whatever's causing this is incredibly powerful. As they pressed on, a massive tear in the fabric of the digital realm came into view, a rift pulsating with chaotic energy, its center a swirling amalgamation of colors and patterns. Naruto felt a strange resonance emanating from the rift. This energy, it feels familiar. YouTube-chan observed the readings on her interface. The signatures matched those recorded when you first arrived here. Wave furrowed her brow. Does that mean this rift connects to your world? Possibly, Naruto replied. But it's unstable. If it continues to grow, it could tear both our worlds apart. Cypher stepped forward. We need to find a way to stabilize it or close it entirely. Firewall-san scanned the perimeter. We should establish a defensive perimeter first. No telling what might come through. As if on cue, distorted figures began to emerge from the rift, shadowy apparitions that flickered in and out of existence. Brace yourselves. Naruto shouted, summoning a handful of shadow clones. The entities attacked without hesitation, their forms shifting unpredictably. Naruto and his clones engaged them head-on, while YouTube-chan provided support with beams of focused light that disrupted their cohesion. Firewall-san's barriers repelled incoming assaults, but the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. They're not letting up. Cypher worked furiously on his console. I'm attempting to interface with the Rift's code, but it's unlike anything I've seen. Wave struggled to maintain the stability of the surrounding data streams. I can't keep this up much longer. Naruto gritted his teeth. We need a new strategy. YouTube-chan's eyes widened as an idea struck her. If we combine our energies, your chakra and my code manipulation, we might be able to stabilize the rift temporarily. He nodded. It's worth a shot. They moved closer to the rift, focusing their energies. Naruto channeled his chakra, forming a Rasengan infused with digital elements. YouTube-chan synchronized her energy with his, creating a harmonic resonance. Together, they unleashed their combined power toward the rift. The swirling mass reacted violently, but gradually began to stabilize, its erratic pulsations slowing. Cypher's console beeped. It's working. The energy levels are balancing out. However, before they could celebrate, a powerful force surged from the rift, knocking them back. A towering figure emerged, a humanoid clad in ornate armor. Its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Who dares interfere with the convergence? The entity's voice boomed, echoing across the digital landscape. Naruto scrambled to his feet. Who are you? The figure regarded him with disdain. I am Nexus, guardian of the interdimensional pathways. Your meddling threatens the balance between worlds. YouTube-chan stepped forward. We're trying to prevent damage to our realm. The rift is destabilizing everything. Nexus raised a gauntlet hand. The convergence must proceed. Interference will not be tolerated. He unleashed a wave of energy that swept toward them. Firewall-san expanded his barrier, but the force shattered it like glass, sending the team sprawling. Naruto clenched his fists. If talking won't work, then we'll have to stop you by force. He charged forward, weaving between bursts of energy as he closed the distance. Summoning his Sage mode, his senses sharpened, allowing him to anticipate Nexus's movements. They clashed, Naruto's Rasengan meeting Nexus's energy blade in a blinding flash. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the area. YouTube-chan joined the fray, coordinating with Naruto to launch synchronized attacks. Their teamwork forced Nexus to retreat momentarily. Your resistance is futile, Nexus declared. The convergence cannot be halted. Cypher called out from behind a fragmented data cluster. I think I've found a way to disrupt his connection to the rift. If we can sever it, he might lose his power source. Wave nodded. But we'll need to buy him time to implement it. Firewall-san steadied himself. Leave that to us. He and Wave combined their abilities to create a diversion, bombarding Nexus with a barrage of energy constructs and data anomalies. Naruto and YouTube-chan intensified their assault, pushing Nexus further back. Cypher's fingers flew across his console. Almost there, just a few more seconds. Nexus roared, releasing a shockwave that dispersed their attacks. Enough. He gathered energy for a devastating strike, but before he could unleash it, Cypher hit the execute command. A pulse of code surged through the area, enveloping Nexus. His form flickered, and the glow in his eyes dimmed. "What have you done?" he demanded, his voice strained. Cypher smirked. "Severed your tether to the rift. Looks like you're running on empty now." Naruto seized the opportunity. "This ends here." He summoned all his strength, forming a massive Raisin Shuriken infused with both chakra and digital energy. With a determined yell, he hurled it toward Nexus. The attack struck true, engulfing Nexus in a vortex of energy. As the light faded, the Guardian's form disintegrated into particles, which were absorbed back into the rift. The surrounding area began to stabilize. The rift's chaotic energies subsided, and the data streams resumed their normal flow. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. "We did it," YouTube-chan said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Cypher wiped his brow. That was too close for comfort. Firewall-san surveyed the area. "I suggest we return to the central Nexus for a full debrief." Naruto nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the now dormant rift. "I can't help but wonder if this is really over." Back at the central Nexus, the team reported their findings to Google-san and the other leaders. "You've done remarkable work," Google-san commended. However, the fact that an interdimensional guardian was involved raises new questions. Reddit-san stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It suggests that our realm's boundaries are more permeable than we thought." Twitter-kun added, "If entities like Nexus can cross over, it could mean greater threats, or opportunities, in the future." Instagram-chan looked concerned. "We need to strengthen our defenses and perhaps establish protocols for interdimensional encounters." YouTube-chan turned to Naruto. "What do you think?" He pondered for a moment. "We should prepare for the possibility of more interactions between our worlds. But maybe it's also a chance to learn and grow." Google-san nodded. "Wise words. We'll convene a council to discuss the next steps." Later that evening, Naruto and YouTube-chan walked through a tranquil virtual garden, the digital stars twinkling above them. "You were amazing out there," she said softly. He chuckled. "Couldn't have done it without you and the team." She paused by a luminescent tree, its branches swaying gently despite the lack of wind. "Do you ever think about returning to your world?" He leaned against the trunk. "I do. Especially now that we know there's a connection. But I'm not in a rush. There's still so much to do here." She smiled, relief evident in her eyes. "I'm glad to hear that." He looked at her thoughtfully. "But if I do go back, maybe we can find a way for you to visit, or at least keep in touch." Her cheeks tinted a soft pink. "I'd like that." They continued strolling, the path illuminated by softly glowing flowers. "Do you think Nexus was right?" she asked. "About the convergence?" He shrugged. "Hard to say. Maybe there's a bigger picture we don't fully understand yet." She nodded. "It's a lot to take in." He stopped and faced her. "No matter what happens, we'll face it together." She met his gaze, her eyes shimmering. Together. Over the next few days, preparations were made to study the rift under controlled conditions. Teams of researchers and engineers collaborated to develop monitoring equipment and safety protocols. Naruto and YouTube-chan were often consulted for their first-hand experience, providing valuable insights. One afternoon, as they reviewed data in the central Nexus, an alert sounded. Monitors flashed with warning signs, and a low rumble echoed through the chamber. "What's happening?" YouTube-chan exclaimed. Google-san appeared on the main screen. "We've detected a surge of energy from the rift. It's reopening." Naruto clenched his fists. "Is Nexus back?" "No," Google-san replied grimly. "This signature is different, and it's massive." Before they could react, a blinding light filled the room. When it subsided, a figure stood before them, a woman clad in flowing robes adorned with celestial patterns, her eyes radiating a gentle luminescence. "Greetings," she spoke, her voice like a melody. "I am Astraea, emissary of the Interdimensional Council." The room was silent, all eyes fixed on the newcomer. Google-san recovered first. "Welcome, Astraea. To what do we owe the pleasure?" She smiled softly. "We have observed the events transpiring between your realm and others. I come bearing a message, and a proposal." Naruto and YouTube-chan exchanged curious glances. "Go on," Google-san encouraged. Astraea continued. "The boundaries between dimensions are weakening, a phenomenon that poses both risks and opportunities. The Council seeks to establish alliances to ensure mutual safety and cooperation." Twitter-kun leaned forward. "Are there others like Nexus who might pose a threat?" "Indeed," Astraea confirmed. "While Nexus acted independently, there are entities with far less noble intentions." Naruto stepped forward. "How can we help?" "By joining the Council," she replied. "Your realm has shown remarkable resilience and adaptability. Your contributions would be invaluable." Google-san deliberated for a moment. "This is a significant decision. We'll need to consult with our constituents." "Of course," Astraea agreed. "I will remain here for a time to answer any questions you may have." In the days that followed, discussions were held across the digital realm. Opinions varied, some were excited by the prospect of interdimensional collaboration, while others feared potential dangers. Naruto and YouTube-chan found themselves at the center of many debates, their experiences lending weight to their perspectives. "I think joining the council could open up incredible possibilities," Naruto argued during a council meeting. "We could learn so much and strengthen our defenses." YouTube-chan added, "But we must proceed with caution. We need safeguards to protect our realm's integrity." Reddit-san chimed in. "Perhaps a trial period would be wise, a chance to assess the benefits and risks." Google-san nodded thoughtfully. "A reasonable approach." Eventually, a consensus was reached. The digital realm would accept Astraea's proposal, with provisions in place to monitor and evaluate the arrangement. A formal ceremony was organized to mark the occasion, held in a grand virtual amphitheater adorned with symbols representing unity and collaboration. Astraea stood at the center, flanked by representatives from various platforms. "Today marks the beginning of a new era," she proclaimed. "Together, we shall forge bonds that transcend dimensions." Applause resonated throughout the amphitheater. Naruto felt a surge of optimism. This could be the start of something amazing. YouTube-chan smiled beside him. "Agreed. It's a historic moment." As the ceremony concluded, Astraea approached them. "Your actions have paved the way for this alliance. The Council wishes to extend a personal invitation for you both to visit our realm." Naruto grinned. "We'd be honored." She nodded. "When you're ready, the gateway will be open." That evening, Naruto and YouTube-chan stood atop a balcony overlooking the illuminated cityscape. "Hard to believe how much has changed," he mused. She leaned against the railing. "Indeed. From battling viruses and hackers to joining an interdimensional council." He chuckled. "Never a dull moment." She gazed at the stars. "Are you excited about visiting other realms?" "Absolutely," he replied. "Think of the adventures we'll have." She glanced at him. Together? He met her eyes. Always. They shared a quiet moment, the weight of the day's events settling comfortably between them. Naruto, she began hesitantly, do you ever wonder what might have happened if you hadn't ended up here? He considered the question. Sometimes. But honestly, I wouldn't trade this experience for anything. She smiled softly. Neither would I. He reached out, taking her hand gently. No matter where we go or what we face, I know we'll handle it, as partners. She squeezed his hand. And as friends? He tilted his head playfully. Maybe something more. Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't look away. I'd like that. They stood there, hand in hand, as the digital stars shimmered above, a universe of possibilities stretching out before them. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the digital realm, remnants of the hackers watched the unfolding events with a mix of awe and resentment. One turned to the others. They align themselves with external powers while we are left behind. Another sneered. Let them think they've won. We'll find new ways to assert our influence. A third voice, calm and calculated, interjected. Perhaps it's time we adapted. If the realm is opening up, so too are opportunities, for those bold enough to seize them. Back at the central Nexus, preparations were underway for Naruto and YouTube-chan's journey to the Council's realm. Google-san oversaw the construction of a stable gateway, incorporating data from Astraea to ensure its integrity. Everything is nearly ready, he informed them during a briefing. This will be a historic expedition. YouTube-chan glanced at the schematics. It's impressive work. Naruto nodded appreciatively. Can't wait to see what's on the other side. Astraea approached. I must caution you, the Council's realm is vast and operates under different principles. Stay close to me, and you'll be fine. Understood, Naruto affirmed. The day of departure arrived. Gathered at the gateway, a crowd assembled to bid them farewell. Twitter-kun clapped Naruto on the back. Bring back some interesting stories. Instagram-chan hugged YouTube-chan. Take lots of pictures, if that's even possible. Reddit-san offered a nod of respect. Good luck out there. As the gateway activated, a swirling vortex of light formed within the archway. Astraea gestured toward it. Shall we? Naruto took a deep breath, excitement coursing through him. Ready when you are. YouTube-chan smiled at him. Adventure awaits. Hand in hand, they stepped through the gateway, embarking on a journey that would test their limits and deepen their bond in ways they couldn't yet imagine. Emerging on the other side, they found themselves in a realm of breathtaking beauty. Structures floated amidst swirling galaxies, and pathways formed from stardust-connected worlds beyond comprehension. Welcome to the Nexus Continuum, Astraea announced. Naruto's eyes widened. This is incredible. YouTube-chan was equally mesmerized. I've never seen anything like it. As they followed Astraea along a shimmering path, entities of various forms acknowledged them, some humanoid, others abstract manifestations of energy. These are representatives from countless dimensions, Astraea explained. Each brings unique perspectives and knowledge. They arrived at a grand assembly hall, where the council convened. Seated around a circular table were beings of immense presence, their gazes assessing yet welcoming. A figure composed of flowing light addressed them. Naruto Uzumaki and YouTube-chan, your reputations precede you. A shadowy figure added, your actions have demonstrated courage and wisdom. Astraea gestured to them. They are here to share their experiences and learn from us, as we shall learn from them. Naruto stepped forward. We're honored to be here and eager to contribute. YouTube-chan nodded in agreement. We hope this alliance will benefit all our worlds. The council members exchanged nods. Then let us begin, the light figure declared. Over the following days, Naruto and YouTube-chan immersed themselves in the wonders of the Nexus continuum. They participated in knowledge exchanges, learning about advanced technologies, philosophies, and cultures. They also shared their own stories, recounting the challenges faced in the digital realm and the solutions they devised. "You show remarkable adaptability," one council member observed. "A testament to the potential of your realm." As their time in the continuum drew to a close, Astraea approached them. "You have made a significant impact here. The council is impressed." Naruto smiled modestly. "We're just glad to have been a part of it." YouTube-chan added, "We've learned so much that we can bring back to our world." Astraea's expression turned serious. "However, there is one matter that requires your attention." They exchanged a concerned glance. "What is it?" Naruto asked. She led them to a viewing platform overlooking a turbulent region of the continuum. "There is a disturbance, a malevolent force that threatens multiple realms, including your own." YouTube-chan's eyes widened. "Is it connected to the hackers?" Astraea nodded. "They have aligned themselves with entities that seek to exploit the interdimensional pathways for conquest." Naruto's jaw tightened. "Then we have to stop them." "Indeed," Astraea agreed. "But this will not be a challenge you can face alone." She gestured, and several figures emerged, representatives from other realms, each bearing the symbols of their worlds. "They will join you," Astraea announced. "Together, you stand a better chance." Naruto looked at YouTube-chan, determination in his eyes. "Looks like our adventure just got a whole lot bigger." She met his gaze, a resolute smile forming. "Then let's get to work." And so, with new allies and a renewed sense of purpose, Naruto and YouTube-chan prepared to face the looming threat, a challenge that would test not only their abilities but the strength of their bond. As they stood on the precipice of this new journey, they knew that no matter what lay ahead, they would face it together. For in the vast tapestry of worlds and dimensions, some connections transcend space and time, anchoring us, guiding us, and reminding us of who we are and what we stand for.